And we're back! Welcome back, everyone. Only one day later, since we pushed the Saturday stream to Sunday, and back with more Book of Hours. I may have misspoke, but 𝐴𝐻𝐿𝐴, well, probably it would be suspended, I think, yeah. Since, you know, the particles inside wouldn't really be aligned to anything, so yeah. Well, it depends how rich in ether, of course it is. If it were just slightly saturated, it would maybe fall down a bit slower, but yeah, if it's like properly saturated, then it would probably just float in the air. Continue. Speed controls. Space, pauses, numpad plus and minus change speed up and down. You can change the keyboard shortcuts in settings. Yes, we were aware. So I'm thinking this here is the jail then, right? Which we'll hopefully explore some more today. And then down below are like the foundations built by the Sisterhood of the Triple Knot. Welcome back, librarian. Everything is remembered. Hush House endures. Game loaded successfully. Right, we were here with the storm, a very potent bit of weather, which we'll hopefully make use of. If it was regular bad, some poor guy gets splashed. Yeah, I mean... Well, I think for most creatures that, you know, use aetheryte deposits in their body to float, it's less so in their blood and oftentimes in, you know, an adapted sort of swim bladder organ. Well, I guess whales don't have... How do whales dive again? I don't remember. Because they obviously don't have a swim bladder because they aren't fish. How do whales dive in real life? Well, anyways. But yeah, most creatures actually have, you know, either it's, it, you know, accretes in a special organ or places like the bones, for example. Help with letters, right. Yeah, I mean... You're meaning if... I'm trying to follow... Do you mean if someone is falling, they get splashed by whale blood, or if the whale blood is falling from somewhere? Hold on. Where were we? Right, we have the sights and sensations. Oh, hello, 𝐴𝐻𝐿𝐴. Yeah, okay, so... Yeah, the sky whale is harpooned, and then, you know, yeah, the blood would probably... I mean, there's probably a fair bit of aetheryte there, so perhaps the blood would float, but maybe it would also just, you know, splosh down. I'll have to think on that. Hold on. Wait a second. Didn't I... Oh yeah, actually, I just realized my, Yeah, it is, It's very much the warning at the beginning of Color Sim is a bit different than in Sunless Seas and Sunless Skies, but the warnings at the beginning of those were always your first captain, or I don't know what the Sunless Sky pilot, probably not, but your first captain will most likely die, and that's very much the case also for Cultist Simulator. It is not exactly a forgiving game, at least at the start. Once you like learn how to navigate the things, there are actually a lot of ways you can recover from misplays, but you have to figure out how to do those things. But yeah, actually, hold on. How do I ideally do this? I can switch over here and then. Nope, that's the wrong, because I wanted to show this. I just realized that actually I have answered this question inadvertently in the past already. Because look, if we look here for the harpoon sky whale, in this case, yeah, the blood is actually just, you know, floating in almost sort of like a cloud. So yeah, I guess, according to past me, the blood does actually float. But anyways, let me switch back to this screen. I should really figure out a better way to just pull stuff up during stream. Right, where did I put OBS? Ah, right here. Well, being bold does certainly. I didn't stick around that long, but yeah, being bold certainly can pay off, but you know, I would say actually being bold is, you know, being bold is fucking around, which invariably leads to you finding out. But if you find out, you gain knowledge, and knowledge is the most valuable resource in Cultist Simulator. So you actually want to find out. So, fucking around is actually, you know, the starting thing was explore, take risks, you won't always know what to do next. So the game actively encourages you to fuck around if you want to find out, which the whole game is about, so, you know. But yes, current affairs. What's happening in the world beyond Brankruck? What visitors will the season bring? Hopefully we'll get a new incident from that. Maybe one with some new aspects to get some new visitors. And also we have the Blackened Yard here. A ferocious heat has scorched, even melted the stones. But at the bridge, it's only here and there. Horribly here and there mostly seem to be where people happen to be standing. Charred, cracked bones scatter the yard. We need 10 heart. We already have, from the storm, 4 heart. Thunder roaring, lightning lashed skies. And then, if we add to that the core, that would be 6. With Mrs. Kille, that would be 7. With some Schloss Jannings, that would be 8. And then with some ham, that would be 10, which is all we need. Okay. Game plan all hashed out. Right, we're still talking to Tuppence to feed her. But once that's concluded, we can start working with this. Hold on, I just realized we don't actually need the Schloss Jannings because we have the mixing bowls, right? Yeah. Help with letters, right, 6 pence. A full belly makes a helpful friend. This beastie is now inclined to cooperate. And talk to Mrs. Killer, so let's give her the core first. Everything goes easier with a song. Exuberance, instinct, rhythm, one of the 9 parts of the human soul. Now, what? An affair of the developments in the world beyond Brankrak, drawing a new incident. Wonderful. Heart unceasing, something to consider. Right, this was the beguiling melody, a sweet enchantment of a song. Then we have the cheerful ditty. Wait. Do we just... No, wait, that was a book, not a record player. And solace, peace after trouble. Oh, and notes on bindings, we need to put that back in the shelf. Uh-huh. So, we have sights and sensations. Currently, what? Level 3? Okay. So... no. Beguiling memory, cheerful ditty, solace, and I guess some frost, right? Because that's sky. Another fruit plucked from knowledge's tree. Improve this skill to level 4, which will mean we can almost certainly commit it. And then for level 5, we can just read the exact same books again, right? Like the Lake Fucino recordings. Here again, I guess I can just do the good old refill, and I'll use, sure, some of our, oh, I can't. Which of these am I most likely to not use? Oh, wait, where did all of our other Fost go? Anyways. Well, let's use our health, I guess. Yeah, it's a browser game, is it not? So technically you can play it anywhere, but yeah, wouldn't surprise me if there's also a mobile application. And then, yeah, let's use metal here. Or, right, the instruments of the heart. And then here, notes on bindings. And I'll use some, I guess, Erep? Okay, so that's 3, but we need 4. Does this give us the 4th thing? Ah! The Fair of the Royal Endeavour. The new king has sanctioned the use of the crown's wealth to fund a visionary new industrial project. One that will transform our economy and furnish the kingdom with a sense of patriotic mission. Parliament, dazzled, has already passed the Royal Endeavour Act, mandating the construction of the necessary facilities, although the details remain in some respects vague. Visitors with an interest in forge or lantern mysteries will want to talk about this, so we're certainly getting some new people now. Like Lieutenant Arthur Thomas Moore, retired. Hero, pilgrim, traitor. He'll always be a soldier, but never again can he only be a soldier. Understands 𝐚𝐰𝐴𝐚, understands this enigmatic language well enough to read or teach it. And, he's interested in what? Oh. Oh, here we go. Lantern, food and drink. Okay, interested in lantern, interested in edge, and he has edge aspect. So, let me write this down under... Where are my notes? There we are. Crafting, cooking, pets, visitors. There we go. Lieutenant Arthur Thomas Moore. What's the important stuff about him? 𝐚𝐰𝐴𝐚? and that he's interested in lantern food and drink. Lantern food. Okay. Cool. And then, yeah, the affair of the Royal Endeavor. Memory, regret. Every choice has its shadow. Wait, why did we... What did we use this? Oh, right, because it's winter, of course. Something to consider, indeed. So, yeah, we're already getting the 4 other memories we need, with the 3 other memories we need, because... yeah, this is currently level 3, then it'll be level 4, and then we'll already have all the stuff we need. Wonderful. A visitor interested in a solar project. Right, because, yeah. But we'll have to speak with him as soon as we've as soon as we've sufficiently empowered Mrs. Killer here. In the meanwhile, what else can we do since it is now spring? Actually, yeah, let me check what's on offer here. Alright, we don't have... we need to get our funds back up a bit. Let's use our whist. Help with letters. Oh. Hello, Smurfton. Yes, we're working on, I mean, I suppose you mean the game. We're currently working on Sights and Sensations. As well as getting into the blackened yard of the jail. Actually, I should probably also check what's down here again. The wing-haunted cave, and the room of rusts, right. As well as these rooms, the vine-infested cellar, the riddling stair. Okay. My assistant and I are both a little merrier. And then... the mixing bowl? And then the weather, and then the ham. This skill is now level 4, its power aspects have also increased. Sights and sensations to mix the rarest colors, a merciless detachment is required. I mean, the winter aspect certainly makes sense, but I would have expected lanterns because of the merciless detachment. But who knows. Windstorm echoes song, the intricacies of mathematics and the principles of light. Law's touch is lighter than we sometimes think. Matters of balance, harmony, and necessity. Yeah, I would have expected lantern. Yeah, we made it here last stream with some Lethe and, right, we, through some tribulations that may or may not have required reloading the save once, we managed to get into the narthex, at the cost of some Asite. And then, yeah, the Lethe here, and yeah, now we have all of this stuff. And yeah, it's now spring, so we have a whole bunch of new stuff to potentially gather. We also have, yeah, for example, more grapevines, though we do already have some grapes. What's here again? Fragrant chalice in summer. And autumn lenten rose in winter. Rare plants might flourish in Numa. Moth orchids in spring and summer. Honey-scarred jasmine in autumn. Do we still have a supply of moth orchids? I believe so. Well, at least moth orchid scented candles. But maybe not moth orchids themselves. So I guess I could gather some of those. Here. The core, and then... Sure. Moth orchid is soft as velvet to the touch, except when it changes. Right, because moth orchid, I guess. I get it. No, we used some supplies. I don't think we have what it takes to make that yet. I mean, we have the shopped... And what's our highest... Yeah, I don't think we have what it takes to make Asite ourselves yet. But we could get to scholar level with the Edict's Liminal, for example, in Nock. That's actually a good point. I should experiment some more with some crafting stuff. Speaking of which, let me regain an occult scrap with some tryst, I guess. And then with the occult scrap, the shopped, and the Edict's Liminal will be able to make a scholar level Nock recipe at, you know, if I find a desk that takes Nock. Hold on. Like the necropsy table. What can I use here? Tool material, carcass remains. Still don't think we have a knock tool, do we? Theoretically... What other knock workbenches were there? Did some of these have knock? I so rarely use the non-desk crafting benches. I often forget. Maybe... Yeah, hold on. Maybe some of the musical instruments. Because in that case, we'd be able to add... What? These are all sky and different other aspects, but nothing we are after. Here, for example, with metal and liquid or fuel, which aren't candles fuel. Yes. No, they are not. I was mistaken. Yeah. Didn't I at some point find the recipe for glass finger toxin? Hold on. Glass finger... Oh yeah. With the assistance of the techniques described early in the manual and with sufficient knock aspect. And this was from the Silver Book. Silver Book. Okay, if I can find the Silver Book and see what Nope, that's stolen histories. Eva's treasury. Silver book. Ah, okay, it's a already documented. Oh shit. So it should be somewhere here. Silver book, there we go. It's on 𝐸𝐷𝐚𝐭. Perfect. Okay. So with 𝐸𝐷𝐚𝐭 we should be able to create glassfinger toxin, and then with glassfinger toxin we are probably able to get to 15th level 𝐚𝐞 lore. So yeah, let's actually... So foundry. But it turns out the horned axe was formerly an edge power, but is not currently. So do you mean it's like in-universe used to have edge, or is it something that was changed, you know, between games? Or both, I guess. So that makes a secret threshold. Alright, we'd need a little bit more knock for that scholar level recipe. Yeah. Or for a scholar level recipe, if I add liquid, I'll... Oh, we need a liquid, do we? Well, I guess since we already have... the knock aspect from other places, we won't need a knock liquid, we can just do whatever there. Okay. Interesting, because... trying to remember, I think there was some association with Edge and Horned Axe in Cultist Simulator, but I might be wrong on that. Honey or beeswax, if I'm careful. Oh, some more beeswax. Wonderful. And, yeah, let's add that to our laboratory. I mean, honestly, we probably have enough candles for now. So, yeah, let's not gather that much more beeswax, and instead... Hold on. See... Blessed pears in summer and autumn. In summer. Fragrant chalice in summer and autumn. Lenten rose in winter. Still don't know... We still don't know how to get actual roses, which... because I think there was like... there was some kind of recipe I wanted to figure out that probably uses actual roses, but I forgot what it was. Rose water, maybe? Something like that. Sea holly in summer. What was here again? Cat's claw in spring. Okay, let's get some cat's claw. With... Yeah, we already collaborated with the core, so we don't need it today anymore. Knock winter, okay. Yeah, no, I don't have any memory of Horned Axe being winter, but yeah, I guess that changed sometime. Okay. Nectar full flower. Honey, the comprehensive guide, Harvey Hattington, pilot, polymath, confectioner, writes with great enthusiasm about the marvelous work of the bee. And then Hattington insists that all the primary aspects, nectar, scale, heart, lantern, moth, grail, are possessed by bees and expressed in honey. Primary aspects, does he mean... Clearly, he points out, there are only 6 primary aspects, as a honeycomb has only 6 angles. Huh, okay, so he classifies nectar, scale, heart, lantern, moth, grail as the primary aspects. But obviously those aren't the primary aspects, because, well, first of all, there's several missing, and second of all, you know, I wouldn't really classify nectar and scale as primary aspects, but, you know, that's theology for you. Yes, that's true. 𝐚𝐴 ink is prepared with these techniques, but so is 𝐚𝐭 mead, and only 𝐚𝐭 requires honey. Just as any beverage or foodstuff can be improved with the addition of honey, so any garden is improved with the presence of bees. Even those bloody Blumberende. Are those bees, or is that a type of garden? I'm not sure. So, the recipe for both 𝐚𝐴 ink and 𝐚𝐭 mead, which is both very useful. And we get a memory contradiction from, what was this book called again? Honey the Comprehensive Guide. So, Honey the Comprehensive Guide, catalogued under contradiction book. There we go. And then we get insects and nectars. Okay. I should probably note that down. Here. I guess it's kind of obvious, but still a good idea if, you know, the book mentions, you know, the doctrines contained, if the book only makes mentions of doctrines contained therein, it makes sense to also note down which lesson that actually is, which doctrine. Insects and nectars, even though for this one I guess it's kind of obvious, but still. Right. So, 𝐚𝐴 ink and 𝐚𝐭 mead, both made with insects and nectars. And also, 𝐚𝐭 mead needs honey. I wonder if 𝐚𝐴 ink needs something as well. Probably, but... So then 𝐚𝐭 mead, I'm guessing, is a keeper level recipe, and 𝐚𝐴 ink probably a scholar level recipe. Right, with the assistance of the aspect nectar. Hold on, I've just noticed there's a duplicate here in my notes. So 𝐚𝐴 is brewed with nectar, and, possibly also some other principles. Okay. So this book then is thereby documented. Ooh, that sounds like a bit of a nuisance. Because yeah, now you can just recheck again. Because, for example, I have here another book, De Ratio Quercum, which also makes mention of 𝐚𝐿. But I don't know where that one is. Probably somewhere down here. Nope, that's the horoscope. DRQ. DRQ. Oh, right, didn't I? No, wait, I didn't. DRQ. Nope, nope, nope. Could be... It's probably some kind of nectar book or moth. No. Well, I guess it's not really that important. Oh. But... Now I am kind of curious where that book has gone. Oh, it's possibly one of our infected works. Ah, yeah, there it is. That one was Rights of the Roots. Okay, so we can use both Rights of the Roots and Insects and Nectars to make 𝐚𝐿𝐴 ink. And Insects and Nectars can also be used to make 𝐚𝐭𝐿 mead with honey. Where's our Insects and Nectars skill card? Are we using that right now? Or am I blind? Huh, I think we're using it right now. So I guess I'll have to check what level it is once it becomes available again. In the meanwhile, we're almost done with getting all the memories we need for the second lesson in Sights and Sensations. Brought for a tool, the tools boosted their aspects appropriately. And then the storm, talk about the weather. Well, more useful than one might expect, especially in Britain. Yeah, I'm thinking harvesting or something. Because we're currently upgrading Sights and Sensations, which we can now... Or I guess we're currently studying the occult scrap, which also means we can now... For one, we can now... Sights and Sensations, where is that thing? There we go, get this to level 5. So satisfying to have come so far. And then... Wait, the notes on bindings, alright, that needs to... For some reason that always returns back to my hand instead of the shelf. But yeah, we can now also make, with the occult scrap, the Schapt and the 𝐸𝐴𝐷𝐸. Oh, we probably need some kind of, either a liquid, I'm guessing. Okay, yeah, we need a liquid, right? Well, we won't be needing this glass of Schloss Jannings anyways. After all, so I guess we can just use that one. So, yeah. Brew a bright and lethal knock toxin. 𝐸𝐴𝐷𝐸𝐿 with scholar level knock plus liquid creates glass finger toxin. And then... Under crafting, somewhere down here. Crafting, there we go. That would be knock. 10. Nope. For some reason, it sometimes doesn't want to copy this text. I guess maybe I have to start it and then I can copy it. Nope, still nothing. Now. Okay, strange. Maybe it's that I have to click this and not this. I don't know. But yeah, okay. And with the glass finger toxin... because what could... Ah, well, I guess we can't check right now. But with the glass finger toxin, some ℍ𝐿𝐷, the 𝐸𝐴𝐷𝐷𝐸 and an occult scrap, plus then... wait, what? How powerful was glass finger toxin again? Yeah, 4. So that would be 14, and then with a secret threshold, we could get that to 15. But we'd need... what's it? Yeah, we need a workstation that can take... ℚ memory liquid. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's, it doesn't work at that workstation. We need some kind of other workstation that takes ℚ with some other aspects. You know, either one of those workstations that take... I still don't like that. Either one of those workstations that take potentially 2 soul cards, or... For example, what does this take? Okay, not much, but, yeah, well, potentially... Does this take liquid? No, it doesn't. Okay, sad. What does this take? Wait, is this... a bed? Oh god, it is, isn't it? Right? Because... No, it isn't. Huh? But it... Oh, it's like... Is this a way to... Because this functions essentially like our currently occupied bed, but with some added... with some slightly changed stuff. Is this a station where you can feed our pets? Without having to use... Because we can add food and pets here. I guess I'll have to wait and see. But in the meantime, let me search for some more ℚ stations. This is another ℚ workbench, but that's not really what we're after. We need something that takes liquid. Was there a workbench here? No. Okay. Right, this takes element of the soul and omen, memory, skill, memory, soul. Okay, yeah, so we can't add like an actual... Ideal would be, you know, I guess some kind of crafting bench with something similar to this, where we can add a soul card and then, I don't know. The dispensary. We can add matter here. Under liquid. Remains and flowers. Does a moth orchid already have... Well, I guess it just needs one moth, doesn't it? One knock, doesn't it? Because... with... Yeah. The occult scrap, the secret threshold, and the shop, that gives us 10? No. Does it? Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Yeah, because that's what we're currently using for this, so that gives us 10. Then the moth orchid gives us 1 or 2. And then the glassfinger toxin gives us 4. So this would be enough. Moth orchid has knock, I'm pretty sure, because the moth orchid scented candle has knock and moth. So, and we're currently already gathering one of those. So yeah, I think with this we'd be able to make a keeper level knock recipe. It's just the question, is there a keeper level recipe using Edict's Liminal and Glassfinger Toxin? But I'd say chances are pretty good. But of course we'll have to try that tomorrow. In the meanwhile, we have Contradiction, Memory Impulse, right, what are we using? I'm thinking we're probably using, no, not here. Where is our insects thingy? Is it here? Ah, yes, okay. So this is what, level 3 at the moment, insects and nectars. Oh, okay. Hold on. This is maybe also in my notes. Yeah. But yeah, it's currently a 3 level net memory, so we'll need 2 more. The contradiction we already have. I guess impulse, that's also a... so we need a 3rd one, or alternatively the earth sign. But preferably we'll take something a bit cheaper. Like, for example, scent we could get from dissecting a flower, but alternatively, right, intuition from the Fire Circle Tantra. Let's go with that one, probably. Here, and there's the Fire Circle Tantra. Ah, okay. Yeah, I should read that probably then. Yeah, that's gonna take a while. What else can we do today? We have a few more skill cards, not that many. We should definitely work some more today. Oh yeah, and who can we hire this season? Assistance from a miner. In spring, the local miners often travel to the feast of the feast of lights below. If one breaks his journey at the Sweet Bones, a shilling will buy his labor for a day. Miners offer scale, forge, and a little moon. Alternatively, add a soul card to find any rarer guests who might be seeking employment. Okay, so if I'm understanding this correctly, a miner offers 2 scale, 2 forge, and 1 moon, which is not that bad. Because, yeah, we have quite a few scale rooms at the moment, and also quite a few forge rooms, so, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess that would make... well... Yeah, I mean, probably since it's pretty rare for them to have two in the seasonal helpers, to have two in 2 degrees in 2 different aspects, but at the same time, it specifies its forge, its scale forge, and a little moon. So usually the way they're phrased is if they say a little, that means one, but who knows. Yeah, I think tomorrow we can try and get into... Yeah, I guess the collapsed cellar. Because scale, we have obviously the health, that's 1 scale. The hourglass here, that's then 2 scale. So 4. With a scale memory, that would be why am I blanking on this? 6, god. Then we need, well, we need to get 11. So we do have some scale food, don't we? Not that much. Okay, this is 1 scale. 𝐚𝐤𝐚𝐢𝐭𝐬 also has just 1 scale. Dawnline coffee also just 1 scale. Well, the beef does have 2 scale. As does... wait, hold on. I really need to... The 𝐚𝐭𝐭 mead. How much scale does the 𝐚𝐭𝐭 mead? How much scale do you provide? Just 2. Okay, so that would be a waste. The mackerel, just 1 scale. The pheasant, just 1 scale. What's this again? The pickled plitcher, it's also just 1 scale. The milk? Also just 1 scale. Okay, so, for example, with the beef, we could get to 8. Then with the 𝐤𝐿𝐼𝐴𝐽𝑖𝐻, for example, to 9. Yeah, that's not great. We're still too short, and we'd have exhausted everything else. Right. The cuckoo honey, but we don't have any more of that. It's been quite a while since Numa. Actually, we haven't had any Numa, since unlocking the... I think we've only had 1 Numa season thus far. So since unlocking the beehive, we haven't gotten any Numa. Yeah, scale... pretty hard to build, because there's also almost no memory and no weather that has scale. Yeah. But, anyways. Let's take advantage of the weather while it lasts, and then finally we'll give her some of that ham. Offer something to eat. I can offer my assistant something to eat. This will increase their aspects. It's also just friendly. And then this skill is now level 5. Its power aspects have also increased. And we were already reading something for... yeah, the Fire Circle Tantra for intuition, which gives us moon, which is what we need for insects and nectars. Yes, the the good, the time-honored tradition of feeding Mrs. Kill a ham. Which I think is how like a good half of these rooms were unlocked with Mrs. Killer and ham. But yeah, so let's just keep working at the sweet bones instead. We do desperately need more money. I mean, I guess not desperately. We do have £3 in the bank, but you know. Gather in spring. Moth orchid is as soft as velvet to the touch, except when it changes. Alright, and then 10 hearts. Midwife's assistance, as somber as autumn, as kind as autumn. She also likes her beer. Blackened yard. A ferocious heat has scorched, even melted the stones. But as at the bridge, it's only here and there. Horribly, here and there mostly seem to be where people happen to be standing. Charred, cracked bones scatter the yard. Right, intuition. You just know. You know? Okay, so Moth Orchid actually has 2 knock, but that's not really of consequence. We would only need 1. And then let's get that occult scrap again. Investigate. Investigate the object. You won't use this up or consume it by doing this. Oh, but hold on. We should probably use our pet instead, yeah. Because the Tryst we can use to upgrade insects and nectars. And then what else is there? Yeah, I guess gather in spring. We haven't done that in a while. Well, I guess we should have probably done that with the Fet, but I guess we can also do it with health. Path and Pilgrim. Gather in spring. The gorse is bright on the land's nape. Yeah, I know, but I like to keep, usually I like to keep 2 soul cards, or as many soul cards as because, you know, as possible available, but yeah, I guess now we really have to keep the Tryst now that I've used the health. And the metal, probably to work at the sweet bones, same as the whist. But otherwise... one thing we could... Well, okay, not at this station, but maybe at some kind of other station that takes heart. Craft some more Prohibiate ink, though no, actually... Somewhere around here we had like, I noticed that last time, but then I forgot to take it with me. There was some like Prohibiate ink somewhere here, where I wouldn't normally use it. When was that? There. Yeah, let's put that, here, since Prohibiate is like usually our go-to ink. Oh, and also let's, of course, now... A conversation with Lieutenant Moore. Good day to you. May I come in? If there's an incident card active, you can discuss it, or just leave the slot empty and offer us a consultation. Yes, there is indeed an incident card. I abandoned the Empire's service long ago. That was not an easy choice, but sometimes I find even harder to lose. Try a book with as much mystery lantern as their lantern interest. That shouldn't be difficult since they just have a lantern interest 3. So we have some like lantern 4 books here somewhere, I think. Um, yeah, didn't I say ties? Well, yeah, there's some Houndsgall ink as well here. But yeah, some of these more rare inks I'm fine with leaving here for the moment, since our main reading room is also getting quite cramped. Should probably... Yeah, hold on, I should probably relocate some of this stuff to somewhere else. Where could I put the sand? Ooh, I guess down here wouldn't be too bad, right? Yeah, that kind of makes sense. So hold on, let me rid myself of the moth orchid, since we're going to use that one, here, right? Yeah, the dispensary. This is when we're gonna use the moth orchid. Oh, hello, Bastard Beans. Yes, we're getting into some knock crafting, actually. We're currently making glassfinger toxin, and hopefully we'll be able to make a keeper level knock recipe tomorrow with it. Right, I should probably move all of this stuff down here, and then I can place the leeks up here. The blue crown... Can that still fit up here? Oh yeah, it can, okay. Nah. Ah. There we go. Oh, blue crown is also forthcomingly narrow as a plant. And then the plums... Can I... Possibly... No. Oh... I guess like this. Now we have plenty of stuff. Oh, good evening, Euler. I think there'd be more keeper level knock memories. There's 3 keeper level physical memories. I don't really know what that's about. I do know there's apprentice level knock recipe to create a secret threshold, but yeah, other than that, I don't really know about that. And then, yeah, right, we wanted to relocate all that goddamn sand down to the foundry, so let's do that. Because really it has nothing, really has no reason being here, and since this is like our main writing room, it would make sense to mainly store all of our inks there. And then we can put the sand down here. And then the sea glass probably as well. The chalice candle probably as well. Let me... put this like here. And then the chalice candle, I guess I'll put that one... starting to think maybe since we're creating all of our candles here, maybe we should actually store them somewhere else. Probably not. Maybe in the Hall of Division, but yeah, honestly, why not? Let's make this our candle storage, which means we'll have more storage space for ingredients in the laboratory. It's not exactly the most aesthetically pleasing, but sure. Yeah, I mean... That's, I think, a bit too specific for my liking. Especially since it's not really related to anything. Well, I guess that doesn't really matter, but, yeah. Hold on, where was I? Right, inks now. Where do we have more inks? This stuff is an ink. This stuff is an ink. This stuff, of course, also an ink. Right, the ℏ𝐻𝕠𝐴. How did we craft that again? I forgot. With the ℚ right? I don't remember. And yeah, let's deposit all of these inks here. So we have gotten quite a collection of those with time. Then the more inks. Were there any more inks here? Yeah, no, that's not an ink, but hold on, wasn't. I could have sworn. I guess not. There's some more perhibiate here. Which is usually, I think, the ink with which we do most of our basic ink stuff, since it's the easiest for us at the moment to create, because we just need weavings and not workings and literally any kind of soul card. Doesn't really matter anymore. And then here's more ink. More ink. Have I ever tried what happens when I talk with Pet Gull? I don't think I've done that yet. Okay, no more inks there. There we are, more ink, more ℏ𝐻𝕠𝐴. And then probably here, wouldn't surprise me if there's some more inks overlooked here. Oh, apparently not. Okay. But that's nice. Okay, so that is already quite the haul in terms of inks. Let's put them all down here. We have got a bit of ℏ𝐻𝕠𝐴, quite perhibiate, perenculate, ℏ𝐻𝕠𝐴, and then a bit of ℚ𝐼𝐴. And, of course, the ℚ𝐻𝐻𝕠𝐴. Nice. The dawn rooms. Oh, where were those again? Oh. So. Wait, no. Dawn is. I keep forgetting. So this is Curia. This is also Curia. Baronial. Yeah, that's good point, but I think in those that I've unlocked thus far there weren't any. Yeah, there's nothing, no ink here, but there is beeswax here. I should probably pocket that. This stuff, yeah, this stuff isn't ink, it's more gervanite. Oh, and also another moth orchid scented candle. And the mortar and pestle. This stuff, the human hair, a bit disconcerting, but we've definitely found worse stuff here, in the house. Isn't this? No, this was the urn of ashes. And then... Oh, have we? Oh, yeah, we have started unlocking this. Good. On the Royal Endeavor. So... It takes lantern interest, so... Watchful Tantra potentially, but yeah, no, let's go with Sunrise, Awakening, or actually the Locksmith Stream. My blood, the son of my nephew, it's bound up somehow with the new king's endeavor. My family and I have parted ways, and I will not remind them of the shame of my desertion. But I cannot rest until I understand this business better. What is happening here? I think it no more perilous than any line in the sun's plan, and it is much grander. We all make our choices. My choice now is to be proud of my kin and his part in the work. Thank you, librarian. I hope that you will keep this matter between us alone. Okay. So yeah, we'll give him that book. At the wax, we'll put in the laboratory to make more candles at some point. And then, right, we're still waiting on the insects and nectars to be concluded and this to be concluded so that we can study that with our tryst. So we'll have to hold on to that one. Currently also still working in the sweet bones. There we go. Cat's Claw. Watch the thorns. This is... Well, we don't actually know. It's not brewable, but maybe we can do something else with it. So hold on, was the moth orchid? It's also not brewable, but we know we can make candles with that one. Oh, are you for real? Come on, there we go. So let's actually, yeah, let's try making a candle with cat's claw now. Oh, wrong way. There we go. And some metal and chandlery. Okay, it's just a beeswax candle, but we can make, what's this? Westcott's compounds, sort mixed concentrate, an odd set of compounds with a variety of uses. Pyroglyphics with Prentice level forge creates Westcott's compounds, or if I add a liquid to Scholar level forge, the essences will take longer to cool and redeem into something more potent. Huh, okay, let's try that actually, because this, I'm fairly certain, is a crafting recipe we haven't made yet, and a material we don't have yet. So yeah, let's do that actually. And then the tryst we need for that, the last metal, we could craft more perhibiate, but we have enough, honestly. We could make Hmm. Actually, hold on. I don't think we've done any winter crafting either yet. That might also be interesting. I guess at the desk potentially, with Whist and Putrefacitions and Exaltations. 𝐚𝐿 ink. Oh. That would be... Winter 5. A dark and persistent ink. Yeah, let's do that as well. Oh, and apparently we can also use putrefacitions and calcinations for catwink. Good to know. Under moon, we can use inks of containment, sickle, and eclipse, as well as putrefacitions and exaltations. Oh no, putrefacitions and calcinations. Nope, that's the wrong button. Add a leaf. Most flowers are both leaves and flowers. I mean... Oh. Okay, the game is, yeah, in general, I would prefer to keep, you know, suggestions to a as-is requested basis. Because I definitely sympathize a lot with the desire to, you know, help out here and there, but at the same time, you know, that aha moment is a lot more rewarding when you come to it yourself. Okay, Glassfinger Toxin. With Keeper level knock, Glassfinger Toxin is the precursor to the Sacrament Asite. Okay, so that is in fact the thing we were trying to craft. Of course, question is, does 𝐸𝐴𝐷𝐼𝐴𝐻 craft Sacrament Asite, or... Oh, okay, yeah, in that case, it's obviously sometimes hard to separate, you know, speculation and suggestion. We do have Blue Crown in terms of Winterleaf. There. Oh no, Blue Crown isn't a leaf. Blue Crown is just a flower. It's sometimes... Moly is just a root, not a flower. Some flowers are leaves and flowers. Yeah, though I guess not this time, since we're on, like, okay terms with the Suppression Bureau, since Connie comes here regularly, and Wakefield is also no longer with the Bureau, I think. Glassfinger Toxin. What is within, without. What is without, within. A poison sacred to the votaries of the Menascate. A quite potent one at that. Hold on, let me put this back here, and then... I guess the Cat's Claw, we don't really know what to do with that one now. Since... we can't make a candle out of it, we can't... we can't brew it. We'll have to figure it out. But yeah, let me put the Glassfinger Toxin up here as well. Yeah, that's true. Well, tomorrow we can study it, not today. Because we don't have any more soul. beside this tryst, which of course we will need for insects and nectars. Lesson, tryst, the intuition, impulse, and contradiction. Another fruit plucked from knowledge's tree. Improve this skill to level 4. And well, the thing we had previously, sights and sensations, we should be able to commit that to somewhere here now. So sights and sensations. And Hush ℍ𝕠𝕦𝕤𝕤𝕤 and 𝐚𝐞𝐥𝐵. So 𝐚𝐞𝐥𝐵 would be Fet. At end, the artist knows their every work could be improved. The artist understands perfect work exists nowhere. To go nowhere, to go below the world, is not an easy journey. But there the artist could achieve their utmost. 𝐚𝐞𝐥𝐵 is the way to perfection. And with Hush ℍ𝕠𝕦𝕤𝕤, the artist knows their every work could be improved. The artist understands perfect work can never be completed. Perfection exists only as absence. Hush ℍ𝕠𝕤 understands this. I think a third, or I guess a fourth whist would be more useful than a fourth Fet. Because the whist we can use to get 6p from the sweet bones, the Fet we could only use to get 3p. Yeah, it's a shame that sometimes you don't really get the option to read both of them since one of them is locked, but yeah, let's go with this one. And a fourth whist. So, well, I guess now we can actually study the cat's claw. Well, not yet, because it's still being used at the moment, but as soon as this is finished. Ah, there we go. New room. And right. What is happening here? I think it is no more perilous than any line in the sun's plan, and it is much grander. We all make our choices. My choice now is to be proud of my kin and his part in the work. Thank you, librarian. I hope that you will keep this matter between us alone. Yeah. I'm like unlocking the deepest corners of my soul with forbidden knowledge to hustle more at the sweet bones. And he gives me a bronze ℍ𝕠𝕬𝕤. Okay. Yeah, because a general consultation gives us an iron ℍ𝕠𝕬𝕤, and a fair consultation then, I guess, gives us a bronze ℍ𝕠𝕬𝕤. Cool. And of course, Arthur Moore's card. So let me where right, let me note down his address then here. Note Arthur Moore's address, from what you might call an occult correspondence. Oh. This gives us an occult scrap, right? So I guess we should wait on that until we've used this one tomorrow. This skill is now level 4. Its power aspects have also increased. Insects and nectars, the hive, the nest, and the chrysalis are the 3 secret principalities of the lesser world. 2 of those 3 know the temptation of sweetness. Okay, yeah, and the general ones get an iron ℍ𝕠𝕬𝕤. Okay. So yeah, we'll wait to note down his address until we've used the occult scrap tomorrow. And now... Actually, yeah, hold on, I want to just check this. What? Yeah, Lighterian. not knowledge related to the 𝐼𝐻𝕠𝐴 can go here. Which, I don't know what that is, but despite the appearance, it isn't actually part of insects and nectars. This one actually, curiously enough, is chandlery, just like... Well, I guess that one also makes sense that it would be chandlery, since it's concerned with wax and honey, and obviously, you know, that's what we make candles out of. But yeah, so this, what this skill is, we don't know yet, or what this skill has. Yeah, I don't know. I was also confused at first, but then again it also makes sense for this to have chandlery. And we also don't know yet even if 𝐼𝐻𝕠𝐴 gives us something special here, or if it just means that we can use a skill that has 𝐼𝐻𝕠𝐴 here in place of a skill that has Scalar Nectar. And in that case, it would make perfect sense for this skill card to not have 𝐼𝐻𝕠𝐴 because it already has Nectar. So there's a possibility that this doesn't actually do anything special, in which case it would make sense why this doesn't have it, because the Nectar already means we can work it here. But yeah, I don't know. So yeah, let's actually dissect that flower. Dissect the flower, nothing will remain. Craft 𝐚𝐿 don't spill it. A variant of Iron Gall ink, particularly difficult to erase, a minor ink of power. Okay, this one isn't all that potent, but I mean, I guess if we ever want to write like a nectar invitation or something. Also, of course, all inks are liquids, which is also very useful. And then here, Westcott's compounds. Ah, right, we already had some of those in the tower, in Westcott's tower. Reagents and activants to enhance alchemical operations, or the flavor of one's pipe tobacco. Okay. And it's, material, not a liquid actually, but a material with forge, grail, moth, and nectar, so not very strong, but very versatile. I guess that's kind of what the text said already, so shouldn't be so surprised. Right, we're still wondering what to do with Serena Blackwood. Guess we should move her bust probably somewhere else. Can we place her here? Precariously, but yes. No, I'm certainly not an ink hobbyist, but, well, I am a hobbyist who uses ink, but not in that way. I draw with ink, but mostly just ink pens, not proper, you know. Though I guess I could also try that at some point, but, you know, ink pens are a lot less messy. Westcott probably didn't invent all these, but he knew how to make a name stick. Marketing. Okay, yeah, that's all for today. I guess aside from this, and oh, another viper egg. Okay. You can just find viper eggs? Cool. I am currently contemplating the possibility of... Yeah, that would be potentially Anthony IV, because we also have a viper egg somewhere here. I don't remember quite where, but there was... Ah yeah, here. A viper egg. Let me actually put these with... Antonia here. There we go. Yeah, but at the same time, having like a small army of snakes lined up here would be very funny. Memory scent. Green scent recall. Green scents recall rain. Its caustic juices can be used to make the unsanctioned ink called ℏ𝕠𝕦𝕤𝕤𝕤𝕤. Oh, okay. So that's cat's claw. Nope, wait. Crafting, minimize that. Memories, minimize that. Should probably also put a hashtag onto these so I can find them more easily. There we go. And then this was cat's claw. Hold on. This is ℏ𝕠𝕤𝕤𝕤𝕤. Okay, Perinculate, is this one. Deadly. Use gloves to read text produced with this. Oh, right, that's the... that's the ink we poisoned several delivery people. Peel. Did we encounter any peel text recently? Yeah. Deadly. Use gloves to read text produced with this pigment, an ink of power, sometimes considered an unsanctioned ink. So we can Perinculate. Do we have any? Okay, this is our first mention of it in our notes. Okay. So I would guess then it's probably an edge level recipe. Probably scholar level edge with the cat's claw. But we already have two of them at the moment, so, you know. Dusk. Dusk. Night has fallen. Dawn will come soon. Also, wasn't I crafting something as well with my whisk somewhere? Or did I already conclude that? Huh. So, can we dream on this? Probably not, right? Because, yeah. Then, yeah, that's nothing to do tonight. Oh, and also we've unlocked the jail yard. The jail was nicknamed the cucurbit for the alchemist's flask that distills and refines. Prisoners would become better versions of themselves, realigned to responsibility. Hence, it would have been much safer to confine the more potent inmates to their sealed cells. Governor Collins insisted that even the... Hence, though it would have been much safer to confine the more potent inmates to their sealed cells, Governor Collins insisted that even they should be allowed fresh air and exercise. Yeah, I don't think that went very well. Did they... Did they let King Crucible out in the yard? Exercise yard. The prisoners in the cucurbit were permitted to grow neither too strong nor too weak. Here they were subjected to an exacting regime which developed both their bodies and their souls, in accordance with the governor's designs. Oh, and this is also in... Ithistry Evolve Station. Okay. And, hold on, was this one also an evolved station? Oh yeah, this is a 𝐚𝐞𝐥𝐨𝐰. Oh, okay. Cool. Well, it's not that I wouldn't, it's probably not a good idea to let him out into the yard if you're the wardens, you know, because, you know, we've seen how that ends. Blackened staff room. The same story as the yard below. Seared bones, blackened walls, furniture half consumed by fierce fire, but much of the room remains untouched. 11 Grail, 11 Hearts, and then the worm-eaten hall. This place bears the unmistakable traces of worms. The serpents which are no serpents. They are almost certainly gone, but we'll take no chances. Worms are difficult to evict from buildings, but much harder to evict from people. "11 Forge, 11 Moth, 11 Winter." Okay, these are both 11. Okay. Ominous. What the hell happened here? Worm-eaten, fire-scorched. Someone really wanted to get out of here, and it seems they were probably successful. Though interesting that, since if I'm understanding this correctly, the only way out of the jail is through Hush House. They seem to have left the rest of the house intact after they fled across the bridge. Or maybe they never fled across the bridge. Who knows? Yeah, I too prefer King Crucible over worms. Even if he even should he remember us eating him in a previous life. No hard feelings, right? And then daybreak. Memories fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. Okay, first things first I want to do today is that keeper level knock rest thingy with 𝐸𝐴𝐷𝐸𝐴𝐷. Craft Sacrament Asite. Induce a change in the toxin to make it more knock potent but safer. 𝐸𝐷𝐸𝐴𝐷 with keeper level knock plus Glassfinger toxin creates Sacrament Asite. I mean, probably not, because, you know, the ghoul can't summon King Crucible after eating him, or I guess not safely at least. It's actually interesting to think about if any of our legacies in Cultist Simulator canonically ended up in this jail. Probably not, but who knows. But yeah, Sacrament Asite, keeper level knock. So this is memories, this is crafting. Heart, Grail, Moth, Lantern, Forge, Winter, Scale knock. There we go. This is 15 craft. Sorry, Sacrament Asite, which was that knock drink, right? So yeah, Cultist Simulator is 1926, which is a funny thing because I'm pretty sure traveling at night is 1956, so it's 10 and 20 years apart. It's exactly 10 and 20 years apart, respectively. And then... so yeah, now that we've used our occult scrap, we can actually get the address of Lieutenant Arthur Moore, retired. Oh, well... hold on, can we... this probably doesn't do anything, but... yeah. Would have been weird if it did anything. But yeah, note Arthur Moore's address for what you might call an occult correspondence. Also, I just realized, his actual, like, character card has Lieutenant Arthur Moore retired, but, you know, if he deserted, if he really did desert, that's hardly a retirement. I do think, I remember reading that it's 1926 somewhere, but I don't know, maybe that was just an, unsourced claim on the wiki somewhere, but... I definitely remember reading it somewhere, even before Book of Hours came out. The sweet bones. Right, what's the weather today? That's kind of gonna determine... rain. Soft rain brings life. So... we might try for some Grail today, but honestly, since this is only a 2nd degree memory, we could just as easily use any other 2nd degree memory we know how to get. But let me think. So... 11 Grail, how would we get there? With rain, we can get to... with Rain, Core, and Mrs. Killer, we can already get to 6. And then, do we have a Grail tool? I think we do. Yeah, the scales. So that's 7. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I mean the Ereb, not the Core. Yeah, the fudge. Where did I... oh, I used up the fudge, didn't I? Oh, fudge. But I guess I could make more if I remember the recipe. Oh god. Yeah, what was the recipe again? Was it just... oh. Okay, so just creamed sugar. So yeah, that would be 3 more grails, so that would be 10. So we just need 1 more. From, like, for example, domain Ravelin. So that would get us to 12 actually, right? Let me check again. So, Rain, Ereb, Mrs. Killer, that's 6. The fudge, that's 9. The scales, that's 10. The domain Ravelin, that's 12. Do we have a 12 grail door, or do we just have 11? Oh, this is 12. Wing-haunted cave. A drunken whirl of bats drives me back. Perhaps literally drunken. There's a faint but definite brandy smell. Note Arthur Moore's address, but will they come when you do call for them? I think so. All we'll need is 3 lantern, and we can certainly get that. Yeah, you think it's just a bunch of drunk vampires? Are vampires... well, I was just about to ask, are vampires real in Cult Simulator, but... in Secret Histories, but Then I remembered, well, there is the Voivode's Citadel in in the land beyond the forest. Land beyond the forest being Transylvania, and obviously the most famous voivode of Transylvania being, you know, Mr. Tepesh. So who knows? But yeah, so Mrs. Kille with the we'll use the core to recruit her, and then the Ereb to exalt her. Speak with Mrs. Kille. Mrs. Kille likes conversations about beginnings. Her husband prefers to talk about endings. A shilling will buy her help for a day. A day's work is a night's dreaming. Do they all say something different when you recruit them, or is that always the same? I think it's always the same, but I might be wrong. Yeah, that's... I mean, the Thirstlies definitely give a bit of vampire, if you ask me. Like, obviously they're not literally vampires, but you can draw some similarities. I'll have to believe you. Well, actually, in this case, he wouldn't thank me for the dono since we get his help for free. But yeah, so the Wing Haunted Cave, as soon as we have Mrs. Kille, we'll get in there, and then... Right, the fudge. We need creamed sugar. Come on. And some of our health, I guess. Make fudge. A dish with grail. Cooking, there we are. And then this is just creamed sugar, right? Yeah. There we go. Yeah, he likes, as the game likes to point out quite a bit, he likes to talk. Then what else might we do today? Could certainly work some at Sweet Bones then, since we'll not be recruiting anyone there today. And I guess, yeah, since we're in a new season, let's just read some new books, right? Like, for example, we have advanced quite a few of our skills here. Moon 8, Experiment Beyond Sight. What's our highest moon at the moment? Sickle and Eclipse, I think. Or perhaps... yeah, I think it's Sickle and Eclipse. Right? Yeah, I'm not seeing anything higher here. Oh no, wait, insects and... Okay, no, insects and nectars is the same as Sickle and Eclipse. So that would be 4 already. Trist gives us 5. The... Hang on, can we use... What can we use here? We can use 2 memories. Okay. So 4 from there, plus... 1 from the Trist, I get... Okay, wait, no, this isn't the... Damn it. This is the Moon Cinema. Can we possibly... improvise a bit. Because part of the tide we can't put here. What other moon skills do we have? Is there any good moon skill we could put in here? So insects and nectars, no. Pearl and tide, no. Sickle and eclipse, also no. Okay, never mind then. What? One thing I don't understand is why you can't put a something fatigued here. Are there memories that can get fatigued? Huh. But, yeah, that's, yeah, that's gonna be difficult. Then alternatively, we have the open head, Albishop's hallucinatory quasi-documentary, notonially, what does that mean? About the Greco-Turkish War of the previous decades. This is Edge, and we do have the Auroral Contemplations, and the metal, so that would be 6 edge already, and then we'd just need, I guess, memory with edge that has one of these other aspects. Hold on, is there a skill we have that's higher in edge than Auroral Contemplations? Probably not, but yeah, the only matching thing would be Sickle and Eclipse, and that one obviously we can't put here. Okay, so edge memories. We have contention, contradiction, and fear. Hold on, neither of which can go here, can they? No, they cannot. Okay, shit. Then, I don't know. Wait, really? Oh yeah, right. You're right, of course. Right, because this isn't bound by. Yeah. I don't speak Hyksos, I think. I like the open head as an actual art piece instead of lore, but no occultists have you be weird and put arcane messages in perfectly fine works of art. Do you guys think pleading to a higher purpose enhances? Well, I mean, depends on what you mean with pleading to a higher purpose. I mean, pretty much anything I think can enhance art. I guess pleading to a higher purpose is in itself a form of meaning. Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm aggressively agnostic, but I do think religion can certainly enhance art. Because yeah, it's meaning. Like religion is meaning, and meaning always enhances art. Like, I think it's pretty fair to argue that there's a lot of, Christian art from the Renaissance, for example, that is definitely enhanced by the religious themes, not just, as they pertain to the creation of the art, but just also, since even, most people have at least a basic understanding of like Christian theology, and so they have a sort of higher context they can place the art in. For example, you know, for the Sistine Chapel, God giving life unto Adam and stuff like that. The fact that there's, a shared canon of, mythology there that you can draw on as both, the artist and the viewer, definitely, I think, enhances the art. But, there's also a lot of stuff in that vein that you can achieve, through non-religious means. It's just that, religion is definitely one of the ways you can use to enhance art, to imbue meaning into art. Well, depends on your like specific definition on pleading to a higher power. You certainly invoke, mathematics, but I would say that's something different from like religious art, because religious art is obviously, using cultural signifiers to inform the art, imbue it with meaning, and draw upon for your inspiration, whereas mathematics are you're using innate principles of the world to create the art, which I think is something separate, but also similarly one of the ways you can use to imbue meaning into it. So actually, Renaissance art is also there a good good example, because a lot of those art pieces, they weren't about mathematics, but they still used a lot of mathematical principles and stuff to properly construct these yeah, exactly. The Vitruvian Man, for example, they're using geometry, and then technically that's not mathematics, but it's using maths to achieve a psychological effect, which is the golden ratio. If I remember correctly, that's something that was becoming really popular during the Renaissance as well, because there's just this kind of ratio of like lengths that our brains find inherently pleasing. I don't remember which it is exactly anymore, or I don't. Art class was a long time ago. Oh God. But yeah, the Vitruvian Man, for example, uses a lot of golden ratios in its proportions, and obviously those are calculated mathematically. But yeah, so there's both, a lot of cultural signifiers and, universal principles like mathematics or physics or stuff you can all put inside your art. And I think, yeah, having like a story behind your art is always interesting and kind of inevitable, I would say. You can't not have a story behind art, because I think fundamentally that's kind of what art is. Right, edge. So yeah, contradiction. So we need the wainscot histories. Where are you? There, wainscot histories. For this, should probably also take it out of the. No, this, not this one. This one. The open head, and then 𝐚𝐿𝐴𝐶𝐚𝐴. We definitely know 𝐚𝐿𝐴𝐶𝐚𝐴. I just, where is it? I thought, didn't we learn 𝐚𝐿𝐴𝐶𝐚𝐴? I thought for sure we did. Ah, there we go. This is Winter Moon, so it won't help us for the Nectar book, but we do have, Yeah, I think it was 1.608 to 1. Because I think I remember it being simplified to 1.6 to 1 in art class. So yeah, I think it's the former. Um, I don't remember what the exact, because there's also, I think, like the dean. Maybe, yeah, I think it's the golden ratio also for mathematical reasons, because I think Dean normed paper uses the golden ratio to determine the width and the height, which has the funny quirk that if you fold a Dean paper in half, it retains the exact same aspect ratio. So, you know, Dean A4 is exactly half the width and height of a Dean 3 paper, which is exactly half the width and height of a Dean 2 paper, and so on. Ah, okay. Yeah, I think it's... Yeah, that's... I think then... Oof, that's like... complicated mathematics that I haven't really learned about in a while. Because, yeah, I think if I remember correctly how the Fibonacci sequence is visualized, then yeah, it relates to that same principle where you know, yeah, I think that was... Oh, hold on, I can actually Google this. Dean paper aspect ratio. Oh no, this is actually... Okay, no, this is not the golden ratio. This is 1 to the square root of 2, which is 1 to 1.414. And what was golden ratio? That's the golden ratio is what? One plus square root of 5 divided by 2. Huh. So in as a whole, it's 1.618. 0.3398857, but you know, 1.618 I think is sufficient for layman's understanding. Yeah, say it was the 1.6 thing. In mathematics, two quantities are in the golden ratio if their ratio is the same as the ratio of their sum to the larger... Oh, but hold on. That is basically the same principle, just slightly... Okay, so it is this. It is a similar principle to... It's a similar principle to the Dean paper, but the aspect ratio ends up being different. Okay. Fascinating. But yeah, back to Book of Hours. We need contradiction, which we're getting here from the Wainscott histories, and then what other books? Right, the Berry book. So 𝐚𝐿 won't give us any more nectar, so we'll have to see how high we can get in terms of nectar. Drums and Dances is 4 nectar already. Health is... Oh yeah, health is 1 nectar, so that's 5. Then the knife, that'll be 7, and then we just need a 1... Well, I guess we have the rain, but theoretically we'd want to use that on Mrs. Killer. But then again, we can also get like any other Grail memory to exalt her instead of the rain. So yeah, let's actually use the rain right now. Or... Hold on. I always forget to grab the book. The Berry Book. Thurza Blake, 7th librarian of Hush House, talks about fruit, for no other apparent reason but that it was the kind of thing she did. She talks about fruit in the woven language 𝐚𝐿. Another whimsy-pilled librarian then, it seems. Yeah, but again, we can also just use brain, so... Right. With drums and dances, and then the knife, and we wouldn't even need a soul, but of course we need some kind of soul just for the effort. Yeah, so really... Oh, right, and of course 𝐚𝐿. An unfamiliar language? I guess we can use health. Nectar, full flower. I can master this mystery. Enough nectar to match mystery nectar. Also, we can craft a savage hymn. Recall the hymns of the hill cults. Drums and dances with apprentice level nectar creates savage hymn. I'm just gonna write that down real quick. Nectar. Let me minimize all of this. Scale moon nectar. There, that would be 5. Craft savage hymn. Okay, we're not gonna do that, but good to know. Seems Thurza had a thing for nectar, since our other nectar memory we know is Thurza's cordials. But yeah, no, we don't want to do that. Nectar, full flower. I can master this mystery. Enough nectar to match mystery nectar. There we go. Oh, is she the one who brought the... who almost brought Hush House to... who dwells still in the 3-flowered tree. You mean the... what was it? The savage hymn? Probably. Is she the one who brought the... almost brought Hush House to... Penure? What was they called it again in the... Nocturnal... By the beginning of the 20th century, an unwise librarian's enthusiasm had brought Hush House to penury. Nocturnal branch, later the Suppression Bureau, stepped in to offer an arrangement. Hush House received funding but submitted to yearly inspections, and also surrendered a portion of the aisle for the branch's prison. Oh yeah, she also, yeah, this, wasn't this her room? The night gallery. Pretty sure there was, like, stuff, yeah, constructed by Thurza for her own murky purposes, maintained by the Suppression Bureau for its murkier ones, and available now for mine. With the arsenic and Gideon's soaks. But, which paintings did she buy? All of them, or probably not all of them, because some of these are older. Thurza Blake, 7th librarian of the house, extended this space, decorating it with semi-precious material and filling it with the finest art Hush House's money could buy. Of course, after enthusiasms brought the house to the brink of penury, much of it had to be sold off. I see, okay. A picture is indeed beginning to form. Okay. Then... could we read even more books today, possibly? We do have Calcite Supplications here. 8 Grail. Well, we're probably gonna be busy using our Grail resources for, you know, the unlocking today. It's probably not. Among the 10 books, 8 Moon. Oh, hold on, this is sorted incorrectly. These are the 10 books. So the Crossing to Noon, the mystic Garcia Sauri gives a picaresque account of the adventures of Franklin Bancroft, Prince of Vines, and Eva the Wolf, the Pale Lady, on their way to the hidden island of Noon. Jesus Christ, how many people wrote about their alleged affair? This is like the 4th book on this topic. But, yeah, 8 Moon. So with Sickle and Eclipse, some Tryst, and, right, Sickle and Eclipse, Tryst, and then a Moon Memory. We'd be able to get there. Yeah. So, yeah, let's get that Moon Memory. Like Intuition, from the Fire Circle Tantra again. Here with, I think, some Pet. Then, Fire Circle Tantra. There we go. Moth Consequence. And, yeah, let's put this in our inventory as well. Okay, so 3 books today. We might go for more, but also maybe not. Because, otherwise... Well, we do have... No, this is Moth. Were these... Yeah, these are also... Let's crack track again. In terms of... So this is essentially, effectively just a Nectar 8 book as well. Meaning that with, I mean, we're currently already getting a Nectar 8 book here, right? With, yeah, this is Nectar 8, and this is essentially also just Nectar 8. And then we'll also need, hold on, another 2 Grail thing like the Beguiling Melody from the Lake Fuji recordings. Hey, give me a drowning with nothing. Nothing? Yeah, an almost drowning with drawing and quartering, but hold the drawing and hold the quartering. Okay, let's go with the Tryst. Heart Unceasing. And this will give me the True Grail for the Beguiling Melody, which I'll need for Mrs. Killer. Ah, nice, nice. What did you cook? Tell me. We're also currently cooking some fudge. What was the description of that again? All the wrong things doing a right thing, I think. I love the way this game, yeah, I mean, if you're like a heart long, or a heart name, I think there's not much that can kill you. Ooh, nice. Yeah, I really need to get into meal prep. It's my diet is terrible, and yeah. But that's good. That's great to hear. Definitely one of those things that you are always rewarded for taking the time to do. Collaborate, Ereb. My pride will find an echo in theirs. Pride, compassion, hatred, and fear. One of the 9 parts of the human soul. Right, because we need another egg, don't we? Okay, so, well, we can't do that right now because it would be cool, but I don't think it's possible. You need to actually speak to them. You can't, like, put a... Like, this doesn't work. You need to actually talk with them to get the thing. You mentioned Mrs. Killer was opening most of your house. I had a friend who loved Timothy so much he made it a point to open the whole How? Well, I guess it's technically possible, but, you know, there are some aspects that are just extremely inconvenient to get onto him. Yeah. Well, at least, if you're like, if you take the cartographer, legacy, I guess? How would you call it? I guess you would also call it legacy in this game. You at least get Timothy for free, so there's that. He will be more candle than man with all the candles he'd have eaten by then. Okay, so now we're collaborating. I should probably... I'm trying to think, how many operations are we doing today? How many empowerments are we giving her? This one, then the scales, the fudge, so that'll be 8 already, then the memory, and then the drink, that's 4, which takes some time. So I'd rather do all of that first before I get an egg. So unfortunately we'll have to wait a bit longer on that mushroom meringue. Though then again, can I gather mushrooms in spring? Probably not. Mushrooms, I think, are more of an autumn thing. But that shouldn't stop us from exploring here anyways. Gather in spring. Yeah. The entries for the people you've added. I think so. So, Dr. 𝐚𝐤𝐸𝐴𝐻𝐿𝐻, St. David's Hill, Exeter, Dr. Aladdin's address, Rue Bonaparte, Nietzsche. Connie's address, Hotel Storchen, Zürich. Fraser's address, Strathcoyne's house, Midsummer Norton. Cecile Hotel, Alexandria. CO The Endeavour Club, Park Lane, London. Interesting that, well, I guess his London residence burned down. Sorry. Care of. Ah, okay. The Endeavour Club. Huh. So, Midsummer Norton. I wonder... obviously, Zurich and Alexandria are real locations. I wonder if some of these are, you know, places that have, you know, different names and different histories. Ah, okay. Ah, okay. Yeah, I was wondering if he's a deserter, why he's hanging around in London, but... Zachary's address. One is instructed to address the letter literally house, street, town, shire, country. Okay. Good old Zachary. Father Stanislav's address, Prieur des Capitaines, Morbihan, and then Peel, Cardia House, Chania, Crete. Interesting. So some of these have... Some of these have street names and house names, some of them only have street names and place names. Like, also interesting that Aladim is no longer in London, it seems. And as are, I guess, Zachary and Connie. And yeah, Peel doesn't make a literal appearance in Cultist Simulators, so he wasn't in London at the time, probably. Yeah, but I mean, at the end of the day, you'll still need a house number, or a house name, a street, and a city. I mean, the city is present in all of them. Some of them have, a house name but no street name. Some of them have a street name but no house number. Some of them have all three, like this one, Care of the Endeavour Club, Park Place. Park Place, I think, is a street. Not sure. And this one is House, Street, Town, Shire, Country, which none of the other ones are actually this this detailed. Most of them just have street, town. But I guess it's probably implied that, the rest is also there. We're just seeing a little excerpt here. I mean, standard practice here is to put this, the number of the house number, the street, the zip code, the city name, and beyond that, you're pretty much fine. If you have the zip code and city name, you don't need county and country. I guess if you're sending it internationally, you'd probably need country, but This one actually, I think, is the only one that has country thingy. Well, I guess Crete. Oh god. Crete wasn't a country, it's an island in Greece. So. Right? Yeah. So, is that like a county in Greece? I don't know. But anyways, where were we? I've completely forgotten. Oh god. Alright, well, we're doing some stuff. The most important activity, getting distracted. There might also be some interesting stuff to... Oh yeah, right. I wanted to see the cat's claw. Its caustic juices can be used to make the unsanctioned ink called perinculate. I want to see if I can't make some of that, because... Oh, right, we're out of cat's claw. Where did I gather that again? I think here, right? Cat's claw in spring, yeah. So... let's use some core, and, where's it? Oh, no, not that one. Put some crack track, sure. Yeah, Crete is a bit, yeah, which towns were on Crete again? Oh, my knowledge of geography is pretty terrible, but eagerly we anticipate our work. And then next up would be the scales. For once, she's not getting the kitchen bowl. But... but it's still kitchenware, so... I guess we're not escaping the misogyny allegations this time. Proffer a tool. I can lend my assistants something to help, increasing their abilities. You'll still be able to use the tool. Well, actually we already have 2 pieces of ℍ𝕠𝕦𝕤𝕤𝕤𝕤, which, bound by tradition, I'm going to continue signing my order forms, in ℍ𝕠𝕦𝕤𝕤𝕤 ink. Gotta keep those delivery people on edge. Well, yeah, but it is also supposed to be at the center of the world, which should aid the geography skills, but, you know, different world, different geography. Yeah, but, well, it's not the drug scales, it's just the spice scales, so still kitchenware. Redolent of decades of piquant passage. Well, maybe it is the drug scales. I don't know what Strathcoin did with these. I mean, spice itself is also Grail already, not necessarily drugs. Right? Because, it doesn't... Well, okay, I guess spices and savors doesn't have Grail, but, like, just really anything related to, like, you know, taste and appetite is related to Grail by necessity. So, yeah, I think regular spices would already constitute Grail aspect. Okay. So, trying to think, right, we're gathering stuff here. Was there anything else? Oh yeah, I also wanted to try out, we managed to, make an edge recipe with the Edict's Marshals, but I think we still haven't tried out a moon recipe with the Edict's Marshals, so let's actually do that. And, oh, this is also... Oh, I guess then we did the moon recipe, but not the edge recipe? Where... hold on, I'm pretty sure the foundry was edge, right? Yeah. Yeah, yeah, I remember making one recipe with the Edict's Marshal, which was the old wound. I thought that was edge, because, you know, wounds, edge, but I guess that was the moon recipe, not the edge recipe. So, can I use my Erep here? Yeah, I can. Could also use my metal. So that's 3, and then... I guess... Right, this takes... So we need an edge memory like here, right? No. Like contradiction, which... Hold on, aren't we getting that one already? Yeah, okay. So, that one's off the table. So I guess we'll just have to be a little bit patient, which I'm terrible at. But I guess it can't be helped. Make fudge, a dish with Grail. All the bad things doing a good thing. You know, maybe this game will actually manage to get me into cooking in real life as well. Okay, so memory contradiction. But before we use that for crafting, we'll use it for reading. And then some more work at the sweet bones with the Faust. And then... Right. So. Green jasper tablet. Here... Oh, right, this is still undergoing work. The open head, rather. So, contradiction, auroral contemplations, and metal. Okay, yeah, obviously we also need the... hold on, let me actually write this down. ℏ𝐸𝐺𝐸 cleansing, purge myself of harmonious resonances, accruing some personal edge. It won't be pleasant. Auroral contemplations with apprentice level edge creates ℏ𝐸𝐺𝐸 cleansing, or for a scholar level recipe, add something with a memory aspect, and I can have the makings of a significant edge memory. Memories, minimize that, minimize that, edge here. So that is 5 edge ℏ𝐸𝐺𝐸 cleansing. And also, I don't think I've noted this down yet either. 𝐚𝐼𝐴𝐻𝐺𝐸. Yeah, I still haven't made note of that. So that's apprentice level lantern, craft, 𝐚𝐼𝐴𝐻𝐺𝐸. But neither of those are why we're here. What we want to do is this. No? Are we missing something? No. Huh? Oh, right, because we forgot the language. Ugh. This is... Oh, wait, we don't speak... Wait, do we speak Hyksos? Language, Rasmund, Henavek... No, we don't speak Hyksos. Okay, well, I guess good news. Good news, we'll get to use the contradiction for crafting after all. Okay. Edicts... Edicts Martial... The metal... The contradiction... Craft Lebithic Tincture. Focus my own and local resources to create a small quantity of a stable edge ingredient. Edicts Martial with apprentice level edge creates Lebithic Tincture, or for a scholar level recipe, if I crush a suitable leaf into the brew, it'll make a dangerous ink. That's also new. Nope. There we go. 5 craft Lebithic Tincture. I think we've made Lebithic Tincture before, but I guess it won't hurt to have more, I guess. Let's do that. Then we can also... I'm thinking, yeah, no, I don't think we have quite enough yet to get to scholar level with the Edicts Martial. Yeah, that would be scholar level edge. Suitable leaf into the brew. Oh, wait, hold on, that's the thing, isn't it? That's what we use with Cat's Claw. Right? That's what that's referring to. I'm almost certain. So we could do that with Edicts Martial. If we're lucky, we'll also be able to use, alternatively, some other edge skill. You know, ideally, of course, Auroral Contemplations. Because, well... Actually, that's the only edge skill we have high enough to begin scholar level stuff. Yeah, well, we'll try it. Tools boosted their aspects appropriately. Okay, 6 Grail, then Guiling Memory, Exalt with a memory. I can discuss a memory with my assistant. This will use up the memory, but boost the assistant's abilities for the rest of the day. So... wait, why 7 Grail? She's at 5 right now because of the tool, the collaboration. Oh yeah, and then the fudge would get her to 8, the Guiling Memory to 10, but yeah, let's do it this way around. Yeah. And then finally the, what was it? The Domaine Ravelin, which we actually, let's pour that out. Then, okay, so this one will actually have to return to the shelf for the moment. This one, the Crossing to Noon. Are we currently working on getting a, I thought we were working on getting a moon memory, or I guess I was misremembering that? Would we even... Right, because Tryst, the compass, and then insects and nectars, that's 6. And then we'd need... oh, wait, we already have intuition, never mind. So, was it this table? Yes. So yet another book about the alleged relationship between Franklin Bancroft and Eva de Wolf. I guess some people are just fascinated to no end by that. Moon, a culmination, I can master this mystery. What was that? Hopefully nothing important. I think that was the scrap we got from something. I don't know. Memories don't last long outside books, but it's made a difference for the day. Then the fudge. Offer something to eat. I can offer my assistant something to eat. This will increase their aspects. It's also just friendly. Yeah, dregs, which we got from... what exactly? Yeah, something. Still don't really know what, like, the point of dregs are, since they don't have any aspects, but, well... Unexpected finds in the folds of earth and spy. Vase of gorse, as Cornish a plant as any. Now, okay, let's try first to make some candles out of this. Okay, no candles. I guess then we'll dissect it. With some waste. Dissect the leaf. Nothing will remain. Ah, yeah, okay. That's true. Craft sacrament 𝐴𝐴𝐻𝐼te, in the name of the 2 blades that are one, of the threshold which has 2 sides. Sacrament 𝐴𝐴𝐻𝐼te. Back in the Dawn period, the Sisterhood of the Triple Knot used this in the rites of the Horned Axe. Okay. So actually in the end it was for the best that we used the Sacrament 𝐴𝐴𝐻𝐼te and not the Curious Hunch, because turns out we actually got access to that a lot sooner. Yep. With the Glassfinger Toxin and the Edict's Liminal. And we could technically also even make a second one. Like, right now, actually. Yeah, hold on, we can't just straight up make a second... No, wait, we need more moth orchids first. But yeah, hold on, then let's just gather some more moth orchids, and then... Herbs and infusions. Yeah, I mean... Always, the paths towards stuff like this can be pretty varied. Okay, yeah. Cat's Claw, watch the thorns. And then Cat's Claw is already 2. The Oral Contemplations is 5. With the metal that'd be 6. Then 8. Then we need 2 more from Contradiction, I guess. So let's read the Wainscot histories again. And hopefully we'll be able to make some perhibiate. Oh, what's this? Craft Labithic Tincture. As it clarifies, the tincture vibrates judderingly. The technical term for this is growling. Labithic Tincture. A much more potent preparation can be extracted from the from the remains of a labite, but labites generally frown on this technique. I can't imagine why. Oh yeah, I said perhibiate, didn't I? I always mix those two up. But yeah, of course, perhibiate we can craft much more easily. Actually, speaking of inks, or I guess speaking of the purpose of inks, inviting people, it is spring now, which means we could host another salon. We should probably do that as early as possible, because the salon will give us lessons, and the lessons we might have to get learn pretty quickly, since Numa really has to be around the corner now. Okay. So. Yeah, for now, I guess nothing, but... Okay. The Berry Book. Thurza Blake, 7th librarian of Hush House, talks about fruit, for no other apparent reason that it was the kind of thing she did. She talks about fruit in the woven language 𝐚𝐿. And then I'm reading, Who was it once said, fruit is the womb of a plant? It was me. Take a few moments to think on that in ripened wisdom. It shall leave a blank space for your moments here in this... I shall leave a blank space for your moments here in this page. Okay, someone had a somewhat high opinion of herself, but okay. Also, hello, Fern. Yeah, I mean, Wait, did you just use channel points to unlock a random sub emote? Unfortunately, I don't have any of those yet. Which we'll work on Wednesday. Yes, on Wednesday we'll work on emotes, but you know, obviously first I'll prioritize making 5 general emotes that anyone can use, or I guess anyone following. And then after that I'll start maybe building up some sub emotes. Right. So... I'm guessing then, because I just also noticed that, you know, who was it once said, fruit is the womb of the plant, which is also description of fruit in the aspects thingy. It's, you know, like here, leaf, the hands of a plant, flower, the hair of a plant. I think all of these are like named by Thurza, then probably. But yes, the enripened wisdom of Thurza Blake. Definitely no financial wisdom. Nectar, children mine, cast my words into a sufficiency of nectar and watch the Pyracemus burst from wood. Gather more nectar, wring it from the trees and earth, and our Pyracemus gushes forth the sacrament. You will thank me. Okay, so definitely categorizing her under another one of the whimsy-pilled librarians, definitely. But we love our whimsy-pilled adepts here. Even if they bring the house to penury with their financial decisions and, you know, but that's not so important. That's true, I do have the default thingy, which, I mean, for now it can definitely stay there since, and then, right. The berry book, I've noted all that down, and now which memory does this give us? Memory satisfaction, okay. Satisfaction is here, so just like Kittling Ripe's tasty treats. Makes sense. Satisfaction, some appetites are easier to satisfy than others. Yeah, I remember a mention of that she tried. I think it's mentioned in one of the early rooms that she tried painting, but not that successfully. Lessons: leaves and thorns. I've gained a more understanding of leaves and thorns. Use this card with consider. God damn, how many different skills are there? Because like these are already what 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8 times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So, oh god. A number of skills. I don't want to multiply anything. It's too late in the day to multiply anything times 7. But yeah, this one is a new one. The berry book. Cataloged now and documented, so it'll go here. And now we can work on this one, the green jasper tablet. Wait, no, not yet, because we're missing... Yeah, we're missing the nectar memory we'd need. Have we already gotten a nectar? Nectar. Oh, I think... Hold on. Oh, this is actually going to be a bit more difficult then. Drums and dances, the knife, and heart is... And health, I mean, is already 7. And then... Okay, we need impulse or... Yeah, actually, let's just break this down. And then we can throw the penny into the C, which gives us impulse, which has 1 nectar. And then, yeah, that's also true. I guess we can kind of measure it by that. Each branch has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 thingies. And then it's, what? 8 in total? No, 9, right? Yeah, 9 in total. So it's 81. Jesus, okay. Yeah, it's 9 times 9. Yeah, 81. Okay. 81 skills, potentially. Though I guess some of those are languages, I think. Which means, you know, we kind of missed the chance to commit those here. I guess except for 𝐚𝐻𝐿𝐴. We did manage to actually, yeah, use one of those low-level slots with a language. Bright arts, night arts, arts unregarded. Are they categorized? Oh yeah. Arts unregarded, birdsong, preservation, and bosque. And then night arts, hushery, nyctodromy, and scolioscopy. And bright arts, oromachistry, ithistry, illumination. Yeah, I kind of figured that. Okay. So, yeah, we just need... The sustenance has boosted their aspects appropriately, and now all that's left is... this. Domaine Raveline. I can offer my assistants something to drink. This will increase their aspects. They'll also be glad of the refreshment. The Ravelines abandoned their lands, and yet someone is still making this wine. Right, because there's the... Chateau Raveline, or what was it? The vault in Cultist Simulator. Right, the Labithic Tincture. Guess I'll put that one... Well... Hold on. Since this is mostly edge, I'll actually put it down here. Then we're getting the contradiction there. What were we using the satisfaction for again? I think that was... I think we got that one needlessly. Oh, really? Strathcon... Oh, okay, I didn't know that. But that would mean they're... Oh, okay. Yeah, well, maybe... Maybe like one of our followers from Cultist Simulator stayed behind and just decided, you know, I'm gonna start making wine here now. Right. Oh, there's more rites of the roots, actually. The green jasper tablet, but we need... We're waiting on, what's it? The intuition, or no, not intuition, impulse from here. What have I learned? Ow. Okay. Okay, that's pretty funny. Yeah, because I think the text of the flower also described mind the thorns. Yeah, it was gorse. So okay. Well, we still don't really know what to do with this stuff, but okay. Yeah, so, okay, this is, touch. Have I noted down touch? Yeah. So it's from Consider Stimfling and Dissect Gorse. Uh-huh. Okay. Then... Ooh, wait. Let's not let the sweet bones go by idly. Yeah, this... if it wants to be, this game couldn't be, like, really fucking funny. It's like perfectly bone-dry British humor. But yeah, okay, so with the impulse we can now... Desk Nonna, Abbess Nonna, Apothecary, Scholar, Dancer. The health... drums and dances... Green Jasper Tablet, Impulse... language... This was Kilosemi, right? Oh no, it's Crack Track. And then... We just need the knife. There we go. Nectar Full Flower. Supposedly copied from a tablet of green jasper which serves as the covenant stone of the Monastery of the Fifth Cup. The token which gives that library shelter beneath the Watchman's Tree. We've heard the Watchman's Tree mentioned a few times now. I don't actually know what that is. Because, I mean, Watchman isn't a wood owl, so I wouldn't usually associate him with a tree, but, well, I guess maybe we'll find out more in this book. Maybe. Yes, Nectar, Full Flower. And then... reading there, what are we reading here? Right, the contradiction we want for... Oh, I guess we can start learning leaves and thorns. Ah, but that's something we can use the satisfaction on. A nice drop. Down to the Grussians. 12 Grail. Wonderful. And so, Wing-Haunted Cave. A drunken whirl of bats drives me back. Perhaps literally drunken. There's a faint but definite brandy smell. It's Covenant for another library. Yeah. But I wonder if the Watchman's Tree is like a part of the Mansus or the Bounds, or if it's like a metaphysical or physical place, or if it's just an organization or some other, you know, metaphorical tree. I guess in the Mansus, the line between the literal and the metaphorical is thin at best. But, you know. Leaves and thorns. There is no scent without sorrow. And this is Grail and Nectar, so we can use the Arab, which we won't use for anything else today, I think, to get this with satisfaction. Lesson to level 2. It's always more to learn. Yes, indeed. Then... Oh yeah, the Cat's Claw. We're waiting on the contradiction from... Oh. Speaking of which... Contradiction. Something uncomfortable. Here we go. Oh, wait. Yeah, of course we can't put that stuff in there. But we can Where can we use edge and flowers? Not here. This wasn't edge, right? No, it was not. Was this edge possibly? No, but... What's oral content? No, this also won't do. Possibly, no. Nope. No. Wait, the crafting bench. Oh, right, this isn't a crafting bench, but yeah, crafting benches probably don't allow for flowers, do they? Yeah. So, where would I use this? Obviously, instruments don't allow you to use flowers. The shrines. Okay, yeah, that might be worth a try. Yeah, no, wait. Okay, I don't think shrines allow for flowers either. Yeah, this one is edge, but I don't think I can put this thing anywhere here. No, and the important thing is the cat's claw, because that's what we need to craft Perinculate. Nope. Nope, this doesn't take, what kind of benches take flowers anyways? Not these kinds. This thing maybe? No, it doesn't. Okay. Oh, this one, curiously, this one takes devices but not tools. That's interesting, but not useful for us at the moment. Yeah, well... Yeah, hold on, doesn't this take lantern? Oh no, wait, I mean this thing, what does this take? Origin lantern, hold on. And then... this... and, right, the contradiction. Oh, okay, I guess I can use the, this stuff instead. The Libithic... No. What can I put here? Oh, the tincture isn't a liquid? Are you... Ugh. Okay, sure. Okay, I'd need a memory that's like... Okay, let me check. Fear? No, that's not an option. And contradiction also not an option. So I guess I need some kind of solution. So fuel or liquid that's edge. Well... Hold on, doesn't... Ah! Well, would you look at that? You can just use a glass of 𝐚𝐿. Yeah, I mean... But, I guess not the Libithic tincture. But okay, yeah. Now with the Schloss Jannings and this stuff, the Aurora Contemplations, and not this, but this craft. Damn it. That's something with the memory. Okay. This makes a winning move. Establish a synthesis of alternatives. Oral contemplations. The apprentice level edge creates torques cleansing. Yeah. Okay. So a winning move. Okay. So, in other words, no, we can't use Auroral Contemplations for the... I always forget what it's called. The Peribi... No, not the Peribiate, the other one. Perinculate ink. But we can make a winning move, whatever that may be. And the, what was the crafting recipe for Edict's Martial with apprentice level was the Libithic Tincture, so I guess I can use the Libithic Tincture to create a winning move. Let's use this one. Craft winning move. Establish a synthesis of alternatives. Oral Contemplations with Scholar level edge plus memory creates winning move. Now, my other edge skills are Edict's Martial, Disciplines of the Scar, and all the other ones are too minor to... Yeah, so Disciplines of the Scar is the strongest one I have, besides Edict's Martial. And that one's also not strong enough to get easily to 10. I guess... No, I'm not really. Are there any other... Oh, there's Sickle and Eclipse. I didn't know that was... edge. Yeah, hold on, let me check this. Oh, but... That one's moon, which means we can't put it in here. Yeah, okay, let's try this. I think we can... No, not here either. Oh, God. What other crafting stations beside these two take flowers? Are there any that I currently have? Flowers. This one didn't take flowers, right? No. I always get confused, but that's a memory, not a flower. Kitchen ranges leaves. Yeah, no, they don't, but they do, well, they don't do moon either. So that's no-go. Instruments, obviously not. What was the thing I don't like? Again? Right, the shrines, they don't take... Does it have any other aspects? No, it's leaf and... flower. Yeah, it does indeed take... Well, it takes leaf and flower, but... Nocturnary... Where's that again? Oh, there's also the sacred... Nocturnary, where, oh, right, okay, now I remember. I know, the necropsy table obviously also doesn't take... Yeah, I think these are the only two workstations we currently have which take leaves, because these are like basically alchemy tables, and I don't think we have another one of those anywhere. Yeah, no, we checked this. I mean, I guess there are some like obscure... Yeah, we checked these all. They don't take any physical stuff. This, nope. Right, the shrines, they don't... Oh, but hold on, maybe... No. Barber's chair. Huh. Yeah, I don't know why I expected there. Telescope? No, that... I guess that wouldn't really make sense either. Yeah, that's true. So let's actually try that. Winning move. We did that at this one. So, nah, come on. So, the glass of Schloss Jannings, the Libethic tincture. Right, the contradiction doesn't work here. However, the auroral contemplations do, and the metal does. And then we'd need a memory for winning move. Alternatively, I'm curious... Oh wait, no, we can't use Sickle and Eclipse here anyways, so yeah. Craft winning move. Have I noted this down already? No, I haven't. So that's 10. No, that's not it. Craft winning move. Does it copy it correctly now? Yes, okay. Establish a synthesis of alternatives. Yeah, okay. None of those things are... we were trying to craft Pedunculate ink, which we craft with Cat's Claw and Scholar level Edge. But unfortunately, you know, the only two tables crafting tables we have that take flowers, don't take Edge. And so, you know. Yeah, I mean, we have workbenches with Edge. Yeah, it's, yeah, workbenches we have several, like, hold on, what was this again? But yeah, thus far the only workbenches that take flowers have been, you know, the cooking station and the alchemy stations. Which obviously makes sense, but that is quite limiting at the moment. Yeah, well, actually... Hold on. Yeah, no. Because the other skill we know that can create Pedunculate is the Edict's Marshal, and that one can't go in either of those tables either. So, yeah, I don't know. I guess we could maybe, if we're lucky, some of these get high enough one of these days, but I'm not holding my breath for now. Well, at least we'll have this thing, whatever it is. And also, hold on. Oh yeah, we already unlocked the... Oh no, we're unlocking this thing today, right? Actually, let me get an egg finally. With the core, I guess. Time with the beastie. After this beast my company. Who knows? Perhaps it will offer something in return. I guess we still haven't found a use for the contradiction then. Moon, a culmination, the crossing to noon. The mystic 𝐚𝐰𝐴 gives a picaresque account of the adventures of Franklin Bancroft, the Prince of Wines, and Eva the Wolf, the Pale Lady, on their way to the hidden island of Noon. Right. Another, yet another gossip book about those two. And then, for a long time, the Blackbone pondered her next move, until the moon dared to peep from behind a cloud, and the prince completed the composition of his third sestina. But the lady met the blind gaze of its open pores, waiting for the tide. No idea what that means. I'll be honest. 𝐚𝐰𝐴 acknowledges in an epilogue that it is widely known that Eva in fact tragically drowned herself and her twin infant granddaughters without ever making such a journey. But he adds contemptuously, "It is so widely known that the city unbuilt will so remain, that only one history is ever written, and Janus is a Mansus prank." Ah, right. He adds contemptuously, "But it is also widely known that the city unbuilt will so remain, that only one history is ever written, and that Janus is a Mansus prank." So he calls bull on her drowning herself. Also interesting, and her twin infant granddaughters. That's interesting. You know, twin sisters being drowned. Picaresque is a genre. Okay, it depicts the adventures of a roguish but appealing hero, usually of low social class, who lives by wits in a corrupt society. Picaresque. Huh. Prince completed the composition of his... Okay, yeah, I don't really... For a long time, and the Blackbone pondered her next move until the moon dared to peep from behind a cloud, and the prince completed the composition of his third sestina, but the lady met the blind gaze of its open pores, waiting for the tide. Well, in any case, we get another memory salt and Lesson C stories. Yeah, all the memories... All the books involving Eva the Wolf give us memory salt, which, considering the fate that was just, you know, what was just mentioned, is pretty damn morbid, right? Because, yeah, it's to a pale lady, and a prince of wines, and now the crossing to noon all give us memory salt, and all of them are about Eva the Wolf. Okay. So yeah, this one is now documented. Yeah, Pale Lady to a Prince of Wines, and then... Wasn't there also a third one? A fourth one, I guess, in this case? I don't know. Okay, more sea stories. And of course the memory salt, which we'll be able to use on said sea stories. Yeah, then we're still reading this here, and what's this? Ah, the moth orchid. The true moth, the flower that opens as it changes. Right, we just wanted a general supply of those. I guess we can make another, one of those knock drinks. With, here, the glass finger toxin. And the occult scrap. Here, Edict's Liminal, occult scrap, glass finger toxin, moth orchid, and shopped sacrament asite. Oh yeah, right, and there's obviously also Evo. Damn, okay, wow. That's dark. Help with letters. Afternoon spent profitably. And then... Oh yeah, I also... Okay, two things. For one, we should start probably planning our next salon sooner or rather than later. So let's actually take stock of what we have right now. We have a main course, which is a mushroom and potato bake. I think that's our only main course right now. We have quite a few side dishes with a few different aspects. We have a few puddings with quite a few different aspects. I guess mainly what we'd be looking for now would be first courses, but we do also have some of those. Yeah, no, we still haven't found... I think mushrooms are only an autumn thing. Actually, if you'd like, you could go ahead and check that for me. I'm gonna continue trying, but do you really have to do that? Whispers. Leaves and thorns. There's no scent without sorrow. And then the sea stories with lesson sea stories, effort. Let's go with Trist and memory salt. There's always more to learn. Spring, summer, autumn. Okay, okay. Then yeah, we're gonna continue gathering. And yeah, sooner or later we'll probably find some mushrooms. Yeah, but then again, it's also... I think in spring there's quite a lot of stuff you can find in the moor. So we might have to search for a while until we happen upon mushrooms. But yeah, let me actually check my visitor notes. So, Zachary Wakefield, winter food and drink. Serena, forge food. Hold on, did we forget, Huh? I could have sworn I noted down that, who was it? Yvette, she took, any food, right? So I guess we'll certainly invite her. Then the lieutenant, that would be lantern food. No, there was one visitor who we had last salon which took any food and drink, and I'm 90% sure that was Yvette. It was like, the text was, she'll take any food and drink, she doesn't like to make a fuss. And then, yeah, Connie was sky food. So I think that would be difficult right now, so we'll not invite her. But Arthur Thomas More lantern food. That could be... No, actually, not really. Because, yeah, the only lantern food we have right now is the orange juice. I guess the dandelion wine has a bit of lantern, but I don't think we have enough for a full meal. Or I guess not enough to, you know, put it into a full meal. Okay, so him probably also not. Serena Blackwood, forge food, and Fraser scale food. So, forge food, we have quite a bit, actually. Yeah, the ham and cheese toast is forge. The orange jumble is forge, and the baked pear meringue is forge. So we definitely have enough to satisfy Dr. Serena Blackwood. Now, could we potentially also invite Fraser Strathcoyne? Do we have... What's the word on scale, food and drink? I mean, I was probably thinking more formal salon again, since that gives us more time, but what's the difference with a picnic? Picnic, but only in spring or summer. Oh, okay. But I think I'd like to maximize visitors instead of minimizing courses, so I'm going for a more formal salon then. Because we do have enough, we do have food of every course. Right, okay, well, I guess we'll have to choose between all of these. Let's go with a pear meringue. Right, we'd still need a side dish. So potentially the onion rings, though that's neither forge nor... This would be forge, so... But do we have any, like, scale food here that we could use to... Okay, the ham and cheese toast loses its scale aspect from the canned ham. What would be scale? Scale, side dishes, or I guess... So these are magnificent roast potatoes, which have forge in them. Then the game chips, they also have forge in them. We could also just invite Peel to Hush House and see what aspects he had again. And then there's also potentially Wakefield with his 3... Wait, no, Peel had an interest of 7, I think, at the moment. So that wouldn't really be an option. Well, actually, hold on. This has moon, and this has moon. So actually inviting Connie... Wait, no, Connie was sky, not moon. Okay, let me actually look at my address book. So... Aladdin, we don't know. Connie, we don't... is sky. Fraser is scale. Yvette is any. Serena was, forge, right? Yep. Peel, we don't know. Father Stanislav, we don't know. Zachary was winter. And Arthur Moore was lantern, right? Yeah. Okay. So... I guess we could just start inviting some people, checking what food they want, and if it's not something we can provide, we can just give them a consultation instead. For example, okay, not Aladdin, that's gonna be difficult, 7 rows, but Father Stanislav, that should be easy enough. All we'll need is... Post. And then, where's the thing? This one, I guess? Oh, wait, we obviously need a lantern desk, I forget. I'm doing alright, but I am slightly... Then, right, the nectar desk. And okay, I guess I also... Okay, and the nectar desk, of course, currently being in use. Okay, in that case, I'll guess I'll take a look here. What's my... Under... Okay, so at the moon desk, we could also... Insects and nectars, and then... Post. An invitation to... Oh. So... Yeah, we want to see what Stanislav is into. I have enough here to craft a letter inviting Father Stanislav to Brankrock. So, yeah. We'll invite Stanislav. And then who else could be potentially interesting? Well, probably not Peel and Aladdin, because they, I think, have a pretty high interest, which means they probably have a pretty high thingy. And then I guess if I could craft some kind of side dish with scale. Milk has scale, interesting. But I wouldn't really know what kind of side dish that could be. Because the ham and cheese sandwich, that's no longer scale. That's also one thing I've noticed. We still haven't gotten around to trying honey on toast. For some reason that didn't want to work. What were the... because I'm pretty sure we've managed... Oh, yeah, right. That's true, that's true. A boiled egg and, yeah, but was a boiled egg not a first course? But then I guess we could replace the ham and cheese toast with a boiled egg and then take the game chips as a side dish. Yeah, okay, so I think it was a first course, but that's fine because then we can replace the ham and cheese toast with the boiled egg and then take the game chips as, you know. No, not... Yeah, actually, hold on. Might be. But the thing is that they oftentimes lose their scale aspect when you turn them into a meal, like with the ham and cheese toast. Like, ham has scale, but the ham and cheese toast doesn't. Actually, most animal products seem to have scale, because the milk also has it, the eggs have it. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's what is left of the crude powers of the deep earth, so yeah, scale is like a wild element. So I guess, yeah, refining the food sometimes tends to remove it. But yeah, let us then, yeah, make the boiled egg. So that means we can invite Fraser 𝐴𝐻𝕠𝐿𝐴 to the salon. So we'll have 𝐴𝐻𝕠𝐿𝐴, Yvette, maybe Timothy again, and potentially, depending on what he's interested in, even Stanislav. It's not impossible, because if he wants nectar food and drink, then we have that. No, we ran out of flour a while ago. And I guess, yeah, now that we have some disposable income again, we can... Yeah. But only one. So, depending on what... so, we definitely can invite Serena and 𝐴𝐻𝕠𝐿𝐴. Then I'd say maybe Denzel this time. And potentially Father Stanislav, making 4. But in the meanwhile, what was it I wanted to... Oh yeah, Quadrant Hero. And you know we're gonna use the Perunculate. So, we still have a bit of ham. I think we might need like 1 or 2 more pieces of sugar. I don't know what that's doing there. And then I'd say 5 pieces of flour. Alright, now I just need to post it. Invitation to Father Stanislav. Yeah, that's true. But at the same time, our pantry is already cramped enough. So, you know. Is this a forge desk? No. This is one, though. And then the perhibiate with bells and braziers, and I guess the metal to invite. Oh, we can also use it to make bitter black salts, but that's not what we're after. We want to, but let me actually copy this down. Cooking, crafting, heart, lantern, forge, there we go. Westcott compounds, Labithic tincture, no, this is edge, there we go. Bitter black salts, there we go. Oh, shit, what did I... There we go, okay. Yeah, that's true. Which is why, I mean, we're pretty stocked up on butter, sugar, milk, and the only thing we're really missing is flour. Right, request Serena's presence, so let's write her a letter, and then Razor lastly. We'll need at least 5, okay. So that'll be an invitation we write tomorrow. Huh. And, so that's, what? 1 piece of flour, that makes 2 pieces. Oh, the room is unlocked. That makes 3 pieces. That makes 4 pieces. Oh shit, I guess we're ordering some dripping as well. Sea Stories level 2. And, Serena's presence requested. Okay, let me actually put these down here. Since we're definitely using them for the salon. And then besides that, we're still trying to get that egg. And let me work here. Final time. We've had like so many different purposes for this contradiction, but none of them managed to work out, and so now it's still here. I guess... Hold on, Sea Stories is now level 2, right? So... we can... Can we use... Yeah, swimming. No, it needs heart or scale, right? Oh, okay. What? No. No. Okay. So we can't use that to swim, but we could use it to read some types of books, like... Pale Lady and the Prince of Wines, again. Well, I guess not here, but here. To get more salt. And then we can upgrade sea stories with the contradiction. Yeah, hard and scale both. Yeah, right. Scratch tiny symbols on the flimsy form. Okay. Now, some unintended dripping, but let's post that bad boy. Oh, we just have exactly enough. And now it suggests a meal would be welcome. Cluck. Cluck. But yeah, we'll have to do that tomorrow. A pendant, a poet... A pendant, a pedant, or a poet, God. A pedant or a poet might suggest that a half-crown cannot ever have been whole, and so might not be broken. They wouldn't suggest it to the postmistress, though. Wait, what? But I thought this... Oh, it's 33, it's not 30. Oh, great, okay. I guess we can post this at... Well, no, actually, we can't. Okay. I'm gonna do what I really don't like to do. I'm going to very briefly break up one of these pound notes. It hurts. It hurts. But in but a moment, we'll have the sixpence here and we can complete it again. Okay. Green jasper tablet, supposedly copied from a tablet of green jasper which serves as the covenant stone of the monastery of the Fifth Cup, the token which gives that library shelter beneath the watchman's tree. And, humankind hid itself from the glory's light in the roots of the watchman's tree, but for every chink we stuffed with cloth and hair, we opened another, and the light crept in, until we looked below into nowhere, and the eye of the mare in the tree winked red. Okay, so in the Mansus at least, the watchman's tree is something literal. The tablet expounds the dangers of inviting in the nowhere hour called the mare in the tree, but also forbidding her entry, since she can never entirely be denied. Along the way, it reveals the secrets of the sacrament malachite, in which the merry mare merrily spits, brewed with the rites of the roots from the Numa pear, in the presence of sufficient nectar aspects. Okay. Sacrament malachite, which was the 6th nectar drink, I think. We need a Numa pear and nectar aspect, as well as, you know, whichever aspect this was. Hold on. Yeah. The green jasper tablet. Which gives us memory impulse. Okay. No, come on. There we go. Jasper. Wait, no, impulse. Impulse. There we go. I think this might be the single memory with the most sources we've found thus far. And it gives us rights of the roots. I should probably write this down here. Rights of the So Rites of the Roots with a Numa pear and sufficient nectar gives... What exactly? Right, the nectar drink. The, Sacrament Malachite. Cool. That's great. So yeah, the Green Jasper tablet now cataloged and documented as it should be. There it goes. I'm sure she did. So, Rites of the Roots, what level am I there? 2, okay. So, I'd need a second memory from somewhere. Oh, but I can also just dream on Impulse, can't I? Yeah. Okay, so we'll save Impulse for tomorrow, and then we'll use that to upgrade Rites of the Roots. Cool, cool, cool. And then we'll also invite Fraser. Winning move. Those who've studied the hours of the edge often say the world is a war. The corrivality. Every event that might happen differently is a battle in that war, a contention between alternate outcomes. The wisdoms can sometimes show those the wisdoms can sometimes show those battles might be won. I think that's missing a how. Yeah, it's just 3 edge and it's not persistent? What? I guess it's probably our only way to evolve via illumination, but still, that feels, for a scholar level recipe, that feels unbelievably not worth it. Memories. So, winning move. That's winning move. 3 points edge, and then evolve via illumination. And then source, crafting, what was it? The Auroral Contemplations with Auroral Contemplations with 10 edge plus memory. Okay. I guess at least we know now. Oh, guess I should have read that. But yeah, thanks for, I keep forgetting. Invincible Audacity, okay. Keeper level edge. Yeah, we won't get there anytime soon. The only thing we can get to Keeper at the moment, I think, are Moth, Knock, and hold on. Where are the... Oh yeah, right, we're currently using Edict's Liminal here. What's Edict's Liminal again, beside those two? Oh, also Moth. Okay, Moth, Knock, and Lantern are the 3 we can get to Keeper at the moment. The others, nah. Well, I guess... Heart, maybe. Yeah, Heart we could possibly also get to Keeper. Yeah, And also, you know, a lot of scarring. See stories. We're currently waiting on this. Yeah. Or see stories, which means moon and grail. Yeah. So let's speed things along. Oh, also I just realized we haven't looked at the room yet with all this busyness. Smuggler's Den. In the last years of the 18th century, the Dwarf Line ended and the estate lay empty. Enterprising smugglers spread rumors of ghosts that walked the Isle and quietly brought their tea, brandy and tobacco in through the old mines on the seaward side of the Isle. But the remnants here are much newer than the 18th century. Perhaps even after the Curia took possession, they permitted smugglers to use this place. Ambrose Westcott did love his baccy so. Perhaps even the Suppression Bureau found the smugglers useful enough to turn a blind eye. Forsaken packages. They plead mutely to be opened. No one else ever cared to. And okay. So much more Schloss Jannings. Oh yeah. MDCCL. And the final thing. Yeah, I think that's hold on. It looks almost like an R there? I don't know. But is there anything... I mean, the bottled candle. An admirable combination of two utterly disparate elements. Quite genius. Hurricane lamp, and... yeah, that seems to be the only thing here. No workstation, no nothing. Okay, that would also explain the drunk bats, because the smugglers kept all of their drinks here. Is that a 3? I don't think it is. The lines down here don't resolve neatly enough, or up here. So the main thing is just we unlocked a new room to unlock. Gaping darkness, thunder prowls in the entrance of this cave. A dying curse or a capricious storm spirit. It must be dealt with carefully. What does that look like? This room certainly looks like it has a workbench, if nothing else, and some more perhibiate, and a new bed. Okay, we can't. We're out of soul. Which, oh, shit. I'm an idiot. I just realized we're out of soul, which means I also can't evolve the skill today. Ah, well. Gather in spring, unexpected finds in the folds of earth and sky. Oh, thank God. Okay. Yeah, so this was a bit pointless. But we can save... Hold on, which of these would I ideally save? Which of these can I save? I could save Salt or Impulse. I should save Salt because Impulse we can easily get by renouncing the penny. And, yeah, the other ones I'll just lose, but that's fine. Except for the winning move, but, you know, whatever. So yeah, tomorrow we already have quite a few things to do with Soul, like cooking the egg, writing an invitation to Fraser, And then for the other stuff, we'll see. Sacrament Asite, in the name of the two blades that are one, of the threshold which has two sides. Dandy. Cool. So yeah, if we ever need to get into another knock place, we have the stuff. But yeah, no knock challenges at the moment. In the Discord, okay. Oh, shit. Wait, what? It does genuinely look like a game interface. Has the rounded edges and everything. And that's the invisible arts for you. Okay. Memories fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. And it's sunny. The sun is not what it was, but today he is smiling. Yeah, probably. Oh god. 4 hours. Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do today. The day now. And then I'm gonna call it quits. Ooh, do tell. So sunny. So the sun is not what it was, but today is smiling. Is that... Does that help us with anything? Ah, okay, cool. Yeah, a fellow adept of the invisible arts. Okay, so the weather for once just genuinely useless for every single room. Then I guess I think we'll just not unlock a room tonight. Today we're busy enough as it is. First things first though. An invitation to Fraser's Strathcoin. We'll need the health, the coil and chasm, as well as that hourglass. Pretty sure then that this desk was... No? Okay. Which desks were scale? This one. Desk Vagabond. So, this thing, this thing, this thing, and then... Oh, wait, hold on. No, wrong. We obviously need... Ah, damn, we already used up all our prohibiate. Guess we'll have to make more. Okay, so that's then first. Some prohibiate ink with, here, weaving and not working. There we go. And then let's do this with, I guess some whist. And then let's work here with some Faust. And let's, feed Terrence. But hold on, that's one thing I want to try. Can we possibly use this thing to feed beasties? Oh no, because he's not cooperative, obviously. Okay, yeah. Then some honey. Oh wait. What's this? Feed the beastie. Then let's cook the egg. boil an egg. Then next up, sea stories, so we'll need a point moon, intuition from Fire Circle Tantra, okay. Right, yeah. And then we'll explore some more on the moor. Oh, an offer from Oriflammes. Oriflammes, Zest 1776, Sense, Science, Sciences. Dear librarian, we would like to offer you this opportunity to purchase Opus Magnum Ceruleo. Ceruleum. Ambrose Westcott used to render the title of this venerable and anonymous work mockingly as the Big Blue Business. A kinder translation would be the great work in Azure. We can read this. Right? Because we have the Inks of Revelation, that's 7 already. Then the Faust, that's 9. And then Revelation, for example, would be... Yeah. Revelation, or I guess Sunny Weather, would be 11, and then we just need 3, and we can just use yeah, the Ashertine or something similar. Preferably something less expensive. Hold on. Icrovitreous, because desks, do they allow pigment? No. Okay, yeah, so we'd have to use the Ashertine. Yeah, but 2 isn't... Well, it's almost enough. That's true. It's almost enough, which means we'll just be able to, you know, do the other stuff. So yeah, actually, should be able to do this. Memory, salt. Then anything more we'd want to gather at the moment. Guess some moth orchids, but we already have some of those. Nothing there. Do we want more cat's claw? I guess maybe 2 pieces of cat's claw couldn't hurt. And then anything we could read today. Right, neither of those are gonna be an option really. What was 𝐚𝐿 again? 2 moon, 2 winter, so nothing for here. The wonderful shape, it's Grail. Yeah, probably not. 10 edge. 10 edge. So, oral contemplations and Ereb would be 6, plus a memory would be 8, plus a tool would be 9. So I mean almost. How's it with Forge? Yeah, definitely not as good. Oh, hold on. We have a Mystery Lantern 12 book here. That should be with the Inks of Revelation, Faust 9, Sunny is 12, and then the Mirror Scope is yeah, we have enough, is what I'm trying to say, for that book. The Chandler's Wish. Formulae and instructions invoking Moth Lantern and, exceptionally, paradoxically, the liminal and theoretical hour called the Chandler. The author is anonymous, admitting only that they are one who is not yet nameless. Aha. Okay. So, Faust, Sunny, this book, Inks of Revelation, and the Mirror Scope. Bewildering and occasionally useful. Lantern, Revelations. I can master this mystery, though, hold on. Might it be wiser... Might it be wiser to save Sunny, actually, and go for Revelation first? Because... we'll need all the lantern memories we can... all the unique lantern memories we can get. So yeah, actually, I'm gonna go for... Revelation first, or... I guess... yeah. Letters to my successor would be the easiest pick here. Letters to my successor, Lantern Radiance. And then I can use Sunny to advance Inks of Revelation, since we'll need 6 memories for that. Which would be... Sight, Foresight, Revelation... Sight, Foresight, Revelation... Impulse... the old moment and yeah, we can use the Curious Hunch, but we can also use the old moment instead. I'd prefer to use that one. The old moment and the Sunny. Yeah, exactly. Either that one, or alternatively this one. Deaths and their evasions. Yeah, the old moment has 2 Moth and 2 Lantern, actually. But... yeah, I'm thinking... it's actually... I should probably... because if I'm going to use the Curious Hunch to read a book, I should probably do that in the middle of the season, because the book is going to give me a bunch of lessons I then have to learn, so probably not a good idea to do that during Numa. Then again, as it stands currently, I can save the Curious Hunch in my bed. Yeah. Because deaths and their evasions, that would give me more Edict's Liminal, which, you know, starting to get not that easy to upgrade. Unfortunately, yeah, the main books we can unlock with Curious Hunch are unfortunately books that give us Edicts Liminal and Inks of Revelation. Because this thing, I guess, okay, this thing gives us Pyroglyphics, so that's a bit easier to upgrade. Though the cats hopefully wouldn't be gone, come Numa. Right? You wouldn't. Oh? You're hoping to work on that desk? I love that. Okay. I think, yeah, everything is progressing nicely, so let me speed this up. Okay. So. Domaine Ravelin, okay. I guess we did just empty one of them, so... A full belly makes a helpful friend. This beastie is now inclined to cooperate. And then let's talk to you. Horrifying demon noises. Time with the beastie. And help with letters. Let me get some more of that. The Perebiate ink now. And with it we shall craft an invitation to Fraser ℍ𝕠𝕦𝕤𝐿. So we'll need horns and ivories, a writing case obviously, and well, we now have free choice of soul card, but I guess the health still... Oh. Bisclavret's knot. Use earth to trace a sigil of the hill children. Horns and ivories with apprentice level, blah blah blah, creates Bisclavret's knot. Let me note that down actually. Under... Oh wait, I already have. Never mind. Although, have I done it with the same thing? This is Call and Chasm, and this is Horns and Ivories. Okay, this also works for Horns and Ivories. Horns and Ivory. But no, we obviously want the invitation to Fraser ℍ𝕠𝕬𝕤𝐿. Then, yes, the intuition here. The boiled egg here, which was indeed a first course. Okay. With some scale. And also some winter, right. Okay, so we have the baked pear meringue, this thing, and then we can just use a scaled drink to... And then of course a forge, not pudding, but a side dish, like this one, or alternatively this one. And then... Hold on, let's also invite Denzel. Denzel will talk about practical matters, though he prefers to sit in silence. A shilling will buy his help for a day. I wonder if he's even interested in attending, but I guess we can ask. Oh, right, we're currently busy writing. Okay, so that'll have to wait. Oh, never mind, it's done. Okay. So yeah, let's invite Denzel to Hush House. Speak with Denzel, and then... Where's the writing case? Here. Invite the blacksmith to Hush House. Invite Denzel up to Hush House. Smash or pass Fraser Strathcoin. I don't know. I mean, he looks... he doesn't look bad for a guy his age, and he's loaded, so... Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And he does seem like, as long as he can forgive the accidental arson. we did it back in Cultist Simulator. Okay, so now... Boss, Revelation, this thing, and then the mirror scope. Lantern Revelations. I can master this mystery. Enough lantern to match mystery lantern. And then also, I think I haven't written these down yet. Moth gold. And what's the other thing? Refulgent. I think I haven't noted that one down either yet. Yeah. Okay, let me... There we go, but obviously not what we're after. Lantern visions? Huh? I thought... Huh? But this... Okay, that was weird. Lantern revelations. I can master this mystery. And so now that we have all 3 invitations, let me post those. Denzel inclines his head in thanks. Denzel has sent a gift ahead. Denzel visiting. Denzel will attend the next salon in his cleanest clothes. Denzel knows more oddities than the average country blacksmith, but being both more taciturn and less erudite than some other visitors, may be slightly less productive of lessons. And he's given us a pheasant. Roasted, or add butter if you intend to jug it. Yeah, I guess we can also try roasting the pheasant now. So if we just do this, roast a pheasant, a dish with forge, heart, rose, scale, and sky. And I'm gonna assume this is probably a main dish, so that might actually be more, even better than the mushroom and potato bake. Hold on. Ah, there we go. Pater Stanislav Jonschala. Prefers hard food and drink. Ooh, look at that. That means we can have all 3 plus Denzel over. And, I guess also Yvette, because... Yeah, hold on, we can also invite Yvette. But hold on, how many people can we host in a salon at once? So... 5. We're already at 4. Yeah, I guess we could go all the way to 5. Because, Hubris, never heard of it. I'm too good for that. Okay. Because of the... Is that then this one, the Secretary Persistent? Or... Yeah. Sucks for people dying of hubris, I guess, but I'm too good for that. I'm, maybe even better than the gods. And we need moon for her, so... I guess... Well, it doesn't have moon, but I guess we can always use the 𝐚𝐿 ink and then... Well, we'd have to use a moon desk, of course. Yeah, like this one. Invite... Event... Yvette. I have enough here to craft a letter inviting Yvette to Brankrug. Because, okay, let me revise our dinner plan. This thing already has heart. This thing has forge. This thing has heart and scale. And then the pheasant we're cooking. That thing also has heart, scale, and forge. Okay, so we're definitely going with the pheasant instead of this one. And then this also has heart. Okay. Yeah, so we really have everything for everyone. Plus then, of course, also the drinks, which we can provide additional heart, we can provide additional scale, and we can provide additional forge, yeah, with the online coffee. Okay. Five dishes, because the main dish, the side dish, the first course dessert. What do you mean exactly? Do you mean 5 drinks, or? Oh, okay. So, does that mean... Okay, okay, so I can then stack up, additional... Okay. So I can just stack up additional dishes then. Yeah, okay. In that case, I'll probably use the mushroom and potato bake, or... Well, really anything. We have... Maybe, hold on. Maybe I'll actually use a second boiled egg, since that's probably the cheapest dish we can get. Right? You listen, I'm not Thurza Blake. But now we can, you know what? Actually, let me be clever about this. Let's not take the cheapest dish, but the most, like, place demand, the one that takes up the most space at the moment, which I guess would probably be the potato bake. So, yeah. Serpentine slab. Okay, we're getting more rocks on the moor. But I am not giving up my search just yet. We're gonna find the goddamn... Yeah, exactly. What's for dinner? You get this egg. Oh, and, is that... and what else? This egg. What? And have some Isle water. Is this just water you drew up from the well? Yes. An egg? An egg and a glass of water. Right, some more cat's claw. And then, probably also some more moth orchids. I guess we could... Yeah, no, actually, let's instead build up more memories. We'll shortly need to upgrade Inks of Revelation. So with letters to my successor, we'll get the revelation again. And then foresight. What was that? That was Vincent's Minglings. Which one is that? Yeah, I mean it's I mean, it's wine from the 1700s. That's pretty valuable, you know. Maybe it hasn't been stored in the best conditions, but, you know, it's still good. Vincent's Minglings, and then I can put some, I guess, health here. Sure. And then... For Moth, we have the Impulse, of course, and wasn't into... Oh, Intuition isn't Moth. Okay, in that case, let me get Impulse. Wait, hold on, didn't we also dream on Impulse? I guess we already used that version of Impulse. Okay. Then Penny. Right, for the salts, I remember now. Which also means sea stories. Or are we currently using sea stories? Yeah, I remember now. Yeah, I dreamed on the salt since intuition is easier to get, as I am just demonstrating. Okay, there's sea stories. Salt and intuition. With, of course, the lesson, and then... that tryst. I'm no expert, but I'm no dabbler either. Wonderful. And the invitation to Yvette as well. No. There we go. Yeah, Yvette will eat or drink anything. She doesn't like to make a fuss. Yeah, I think, it's... Yeah, because we've exhausted most of our soul cards already, so... I'm gonna do it tomorrow. And now it suggests a meal would be welcome. Old moment. You've had them too, those moments when we seem to look out at the world through another's eyes. What if those moments were real? Help with letters. All the betters. Okay, so we have intuition, sunny, old moment. We're getting revelation, right? From letters to my successor, we're getting foresight. And then we need sight still. Sea stories. So with, I guess, some metal, we can study the mirror scope. Oh, I guess some artwork instead would also be... Yeah, hold on, let's study this thing. ℍ is aspired city is dimly visible through a vast rolling wave. Because yeah, is, I think, is the city unbuilt. And maybe this tells us some more about that. Oh, hello, is Shadow. Welcome to you too. We're unfortunately close to closing down, but there's still some matters to attend to today. Where's your 𝐚𝐴𝐴⁴ Father Stanislav. Okay. Forge, the work accomplished. Foresight. Lantern, Radiance, Revelation. And then here, roast pheasant. A dish with forge, heart, rose, scale, sky. Best when roasted upside down to start, but turned right way up before the end. Then here, signed Nina Lagasse. Okay, that didn't give us a lot, but... well, we got the memory sight. That's what matters. Okay, yeah. Since you asked so nicely. Dr. Yvette Southey. That is by far the most guests we've ever had. Right, Cat's Claw. Where did we gather that again? I think here? No, it was up here, wasn't it? Yeah, Cat's Claw in spring, so... where can I put that? Don't tell me... oh my god, you can only put stuff in between those little rosebuds. Whatever. Okay, so the roast pheasant... we'll also add the stuff here. Should maybe get those thingies out of the way. There we go. It's a book called My Deeds, My Works, My Accomplishments. That says it was written by ℍ𝐿, and if you give it to him, he will give you a gold spintriefort. Oh, interesting. Yeah, we do have my... it was somewhere here. No. No. Ah, goddammit. Yeah, no, this is... nope, but... we've definitely read that one already. And, I mean, it's not the only book written by people we can actually have as visitors, because there's also a few written by Aaron Peel. There's, well, I don't know if you can get Van Loren as a visitor. Well, no, probably not, because he died, didn't he? Okay, then it's among my non-mastered books. Yeah, my deeds, my powers, my achievements, and the injustices perpetrated against me. A diatribe by ℍ𝐿 of Poxynd, formerly of the Order of Immortals called the House of Lethe, later the Order Limiae, much later the Obliviates. He has scores to settle. And, yeah, there's quite a few books, I think, that are related to or written by people you can get as visitors. Like, again, pretty sure, hold on, let me check my notes. Peel... Oh. Okay. I know there was some kind of some book written by Peel, but I guess it's not in our notes yet because we haven't read that one yet. But that's cool. Well, anyways. Okay. So what else do we want to do today? We have Sunny, that's 1, Memory Sight 2, Memory Revelation 3, Memory Impulse 4, Memory Foresight 5, Old Moment 6. Okay. That's all we need. Oh, that's fine. Right, the service... Rock slabs. I still don't really know what to do with these. I guess I'll put them with the other ones. Oh, and there's also some E there. Oh, I really don't know what all of this. And also the Eva's locks. Have we ever tried making tea with those? I think we have, and it didn't work. Guess I'll put it here. Well, thank you for following the channel, Shadow. Okay. So there's Opus Magnum Cerealum. Cerealum? I don't know. Never been good with... Okay, unexpected finds, unopened parcel. Still no mushrooms, but we shall diligently keep looking. Then let's open these up, shall we? So we're currently working at the sweet bones. No, we're not. We're wasting daylight, goddammit. So let's use Chopped, I guess. We need to remember to save our post mainly for the Inks of Revelations. And then Lantern Revelations. The Chandler's Wish. Formula and instructions involving Moth, Lantern, and, exceptionally, paradoxically, the liminal and theoretical hour called the Chandler. The author is anonymous, admitting only that they are one who is not yet nameless. Okay. Memories. Let's close this. Chandler's Wish. The author makes a passionate argument that the hour named Chandler is in fact the oldest, even though he does not exist, because he is, supposedly, the culminating event of a plan that precedes even Grail and Moth. What? When the Chandler has passed, the understandings of the Colonel and the Lionsmith will wrench open truths. Where the Chandler will pass, the Moth will pass before him. I understand none of that. But sure, the Chandler. Inks of Revelations, Memory, Foresight. Okay. Well, okay, I guess there goes our foresight that we already generated, but that's fine. So the Chandler's Wish is another source of foresight. Foresight. There we go. Book. The Chandler's Wish. There we go. Then Okay. We're currently busy here with the consider thing. Because, right, something abandoned. Crack open the container, delight in your discovery. Wasn't the book with a hint, this one? Or... Deaths and Their Evasions. Oh, hold on. This is also from him. I just noticed. Speaking of books that belong to one of our visitors. Yeah, so... this is 𝐸𝐴𝐷𝐸𝐿𝐼𝐻. I'm thinking we may, use the curious hunch to read Deaths and Their Evasions at some point. I'll have to think about it, but this one first. It's Mystery 14, so... yeah, I'll put it next to Deaths and Their Evasions, since these are two books we can potentially read. And then... well, if nothing else, I do read all of the books we read pretty carefully, so if there is a hint, I'll at least not overlook it. Maybe I'll not notice it. That one I obviously can't promise. Okay. Anything else we want to do today? We have 3 more soul cards. No, 4 more soul cards beside the Faust. We're working at Sweet Bones, and other than that... well... actually, with the core... and, oh, what was it? Trying to remember... yeah, hold on, actually we might... I was wondering... we might try for some more interesting sky and heart recipes, so... if we were to... if we had 2 memories, 2 heart memories, a melody... so that would be 6 already. Plus this, which would be 12. Plus the core, which would be... I guess the health and the core... yeah, hold on. What were heart memories? Heart... so solace, cheerful ditty... and... okay, satisfaction is only 1 heart. We need... core... it's 2, 6, that's 8, plus the cheerful ditty, that's 10, plus solace, that's 12, plus potentially the health, that's 13, and then we're 1 short. Yeah, that's true. I have been streaming for 5 hours now. Oh god. I should, yeah, really... yeah, honestly, let's not get too overly ambitious for today. Let's just, I guess we could try for a scholar level heart thingy. So let me read Lake Fuchio recordings. Not What can I put here? Oh. Well, that's a bit of a problem. Wait, that's the beguiling memory anyways. It's not the right thing anyways. Okay. Ereb. We really definitely don't need that. And then... the instruments of the heart, which was... cheerful ditty. And then... solace, which was notes on bindings. Which... where's notes on bindings? Ah, there we are. So, yeah, here I can use the metal. Notes on bindings, heart unceasing. Yes, yes, I'll finish the day and that'll be that. Paint, dusk blue. This paint is the precise color of the Atlantic Ocean at 4 o'clock on a clear autumn afternoon. If you say so. Okay, and now... Inks of Revelation. Boss. Lesson Inks of Revelation. All of this stuff. The old moment. Whew. When I thought I'd understood, I'd only begun. Damn. That's I think the most involved thing we... that's I think the crafting recipe with the most cards we've ever done thus far. Like 9 cards. And I guess... well, actually... that might be a worthy use for the Curious Hunch, getting it to level 8. Because we can just repeat the exact same process, but this time add the Curious Hunch. I guess we'll have to wait on sunny weather, but spring is still... still has half, we still have half of spring, so the chances of that aren't bad. Right, heart unceasing, and now, with all of that stuff, and this stuff, what kind of scholar level recipes can I craft? Okay, nothing with this, but perhaps with some of the other stuff. 6. Drums and dances. Thunderskin's Pain. Drums and dances with scholar level heart plus instruments creates Thunderskin's Pain. Did it tell us that? I don't think you usually get to know that. Yeah, no, but, yeah, Thunderskin's Pain, which probably a memory, but, we have a heart bed, so we'll be able to... drum up heart music. Memories. Crafting heart. There we go. This is 10, right? Yeah, scholar level. There we go. Let's start this. Ah, yeah, of course. That's true. And lastly, we have one health card, which really we could spend on... Ah. Well, no, not searching them more, because that's... that would take too long. But what we can do is do some manual labor. Another Viper egg! This skill is now level 7. Its power aspects have also increased. 8 Lantern, 7 Moth. The inks in which the histories are revealed. So, 8 Lantern, plus the Frost that's already 10, plus a Deer Day Lens that's 12, plus Revelation that's 14. We can just read this now, without anything special. It's just a long line. Physically. The lineage. Okay, dusk night has fallen, dawn will come soon. Okay, we'll have to be a bit careful here, because I'm guessing, you know, probably this thing's gonna be a memory that isn't persistent, so we'll have to dream on it. So we'll have to very carefully time this, I think. Because there was less than 60 seconds left on the clock when night started. Yeah, it's a compound Ouroboros. Come on, it should be... Yep. No! No! Are you kidding me? Oh, okay, well, okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I've deserved that much laid on me. Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe. Well, all them snakes gotta go somewhere. Okay, cloudy today. Oh, that means we can upgrade the Inks of Revelations, because that's Moth. Cool. A Song of Joyous Sacrifice. Grail 1 Heart 4. Scale 1 Sound. Evolve via Preservation. Oh, cool. That's good to know, because, yeah, we can craft more of this pretty easily. All we need is to make some melodies in preparation. Okay. But yeah, that's gonna be it for today. Gonna have to be a bit... Hold on. Just really quickly... Ah, okay. Good to know. The good old Cultist Simulator cheese of preserving people by talking to them. Still works, so we'll definitely be able to keep them here until midday. Yeah, so... But that we'll have to wait until next time. We'll have a full house salon for the first time. But yes, in any case, let me look at potential raid targets. Let's hope the person you were mentioning earlier, Moon, is still streaming. Yes, they are. So that was Molonara, okay. Streaming Cultist Simulator, and we like to support fellow adepts here. There we go. Let me prepare that. Well, now the time has come for us to acknowledge an ending. It has been my pleasure to be your host this evening, even though I went on for a lot longer than I wanted. But if you liked tonight's broadcast, be sure to perform those rites to appease the mad gods of the algorithm. And if you like to see more, be sure to join our Discord, The Lighthouse. I hope to see you all again soon, but until then, safe travels, and have a nice night.